from the beginning.
And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And okay, fine,
Yeah, of course, you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Practitioners that, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, in some cases, people really were.
This is too much sometimes. From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Hello, how are you? I'm excited. I hope you're excited. The date is Friday, April 28th, 2023. Our guest today is Xero Hekathos, and he is from Demonosophy and Beyond. He is here to discuss demons and magic. Today's main topic is actually Lilith. We're going to be talking some Lilith today. It is really hot in this room. I was not expecting that. It's like the first 80-degree day or high 70s degree day of the year, and I did not expect to be chilling in a sweaty little hobbit hole. I'm in shock, but I think I'm going to be okay. I've got water. I've got something of a fan on, so I'm going to tough it out. Remember to go to endofdaysradio.com to catch up on everything End of Days Radio. Remember, there you can catch up on an updated guest list. You can donate to the show as well. I'm still looking at some kind of, forum or chat room or something. As many of you know, our Discord was censored. It was completely wiped because we were talking about naughty things in there. Naughty things that the elite don't wish for us to discuss. But we will continue to rebel against the machine. And don't forget to stay tuned after our guest, where we will be talking in news, letters from listeners, sports, mind-blowing moment of the day. There's plenty to talk about, so stay tuned, please. Let's go ahead and get started. I do have a guest waiting. And let's see here. Boom. Hello.
Hey guys, what's up?
Hey Xero, I love your background.
I love the moon.
Yeah, the moon is great. Am I pronouncing your name right? Xero Hekathos?
Tomato, Hekathos. That's how I pronounce it. But yeah, Xero.
What does that name mean?
For Xero, it has a couple of different meanings. It started off as Xeracol, and Xeracol is the term for a desert creature that is a scavenger. And for me, I feel that spiritually, if we are to find the truth, we have to scavenge because all the mainstream stuff is just, mostly fluff and bullshit.
Ah,
As for Hekathos, uh, I was kind of like adopted by Hekate. So it's kind of like taking on her name. And I believe that Hekathos also means kind of like far away. So, and I have a tendency to be kind of not
that's
grounded.
the three-headed goddess.
Some people say that she's three-headed. Like you have the mother, the maiden, and the crone. But I perceive her as just one entity.
And we see that. I mean, the reason I know about this is because we see that repeated, like in the Macbeth story, as well as modern media, like the Hocus Pocus with the three witches.
Right.
You tend to see that triple witch thing quite a bit in all kinds of different mythology and media.
Yeah, they also there was, I forgot what show it was, where they called the Fates Hecate as well.
Okay.
And those were
And
represented by the three entities.
can you tell us a little bit about Demonosophy and Beyond? What do y'all got going on over there?
Well, Demonosophy and Beyond is just me. It is a YouTube channel that I started during the pandemic because I had nothing to do, of course, during lockdown. I had all this knowledge from like previous experiences. And I also not just wanted to share that, but I wanted to go over different books, grimoires of magic, that I had worked through and review them so that people who were interested in magic would actually know what was good stuff that worked and what was bullshit.
Did you find that there's quite a bit of bullshit in there?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of fluff. There's a lot of bullshit. There's a lot of traps in magic. There's a lot of misdirection, and sorting through it is a shit show.
Looks like we got our first question from the chat. This is from Placebo Rock. He's asking, are Lilith, Ishtar, and Inanna the same deity?
Yes. According to what she's told me, yes.
That's something I've kind of wondered myself, mainly because there's that, I guess you would call it Stela, the old statue. I think it's from Babylon or associated city-states within the region, but it's got the female goddess with the owls and the bird-like claws, and some people have said that that's an early version of Lilith. I mean, it's much contested and debated among scholars and those interested, but there's that, and there seems to be some other links there as well. Not a whole lot that like maybe offer definite proof, but if you were told firsthand, that definitely makes a difference in my eyes.
Well, not only that, but if you look at the different cultures, they're just different names for the same being. If you look at the stories, they have many similarities to where you can say, yes, that is the same being. And Lilith is just kind of like the contemporary version of those beings. That's what we call her now. And she isn't just, for me, I feel like she isn't just one goddess. I feel like she is the face of the feminine divine. And, like people who are approached by her are the ones that I feel can learn a profound bit about magic and the universe in general. Those are the ones that can accept the female divine in that form.
Is that something that society is lacking, a better connection with the female divine?
Absolutely. I feel that society is very patriarchal. Um, it's shifting, but not in a good way. For the most part, I feel like there's an imbalance. Like where you have this toxic feminism movement, where it's just like anything that isn't about women is just evil and bad and stuff like that. Um, but then you have people who still have that mentality where they demonize the feminine. So it's kind of like there's a lot of stigma towards the feminine divine, and then there are the ones who are all on board, but they're crazy extremists.
Yeah, that's an interesting idea, that the idea of demonizing the divine feminine, almost as like this is a rage that has been suppressed over the ages, and it kind of it has to manifest somewhere, maybe in the subconscious, maybe in the shadow. Does that have something to do with all this Lilith stuff?
Oh yeah. I definitely believe that you know there is a lot going on within the subconscious, and I feel that we as people don't pay attention to what we're putting in our subconscious or what's being presented to our subconscious, and that's affecting how we believe, how we act, how we think on many levels, who we are. And um, yeah, when you definitely work with Lilith, there's a lot of what we call shadow work that is definitely getting done if she comes to you.
Now, when you were coming of age, when you were a child, were you do you come from like a more pagan background, atheist background? Were your parents Christian? What was your household like growing up?
I was a Jehovah's Witness.
Oh,
Yeah. I usually
very,
get that.
very dramatic turnaround, or maybe not, because I've heard there's this whole thing about the watchtowers, and like that has a very occult significance in the faith.
Well, I believe that Christianity in general has roots in the occult. If you look at the history, everything stems from the older religions. And it's just kind of like you have a lot of these mainstream religions saying, oh, we're the oldest, we're the newest, we know what's the truth, and we're right and everybody else is wrong. And it's really just a facet, you know, a way of interpreting an older religion. That's all. I have nothing against Christianity. Um, the funny thing is that Lilith actually told me to study the Christ, um, but she also wanted me to take a more Gnostic approach to things.
How does Lilith communicate?
She can communicate however she wants. Um, she has communicated with me over the phone because for some reason technology is very easy for them to manipulate, both demons and angels. And she's come to me in the dream realm, and um, also I've gone to her into the abyss.
This show, it's a little bit different. Um, I like to bring people on panel and have them ask questions. I wanted to check with you that that's okay. Is that okay if we bring some people on to ask questions?
No, no, I'm just kidding.
No.
Yeah, of course, man. Like, bring it on.
Okay. We got another question from Placebo Rock in the chat. He's asking the question. He wants to know: is Lilith the first wife of Adam or a goddess? He seems to be a little bit confused on that matter.
Oh man, Lilith to me is more like a representation of not just the feminine divine. She's very multi-layered. It's hard to give a simple definition of Lilith. Okay, so I feel like she is a representation of the earth. I feel like she is one of the archetypes for the feminine divine. And I would not call her a goddess because she would not let me refer to her as a goddess. And that makes her more of a deity than, than these other gods and goddesses, because, like, she's not looking for worship. And a real deity doesn't need it from us. She's just here to help. As for being the first wife of Adam, I'm not really sure. Like, we really didn't talk about that when I worked with her. So I couldn't really speak on that.
Looking back once again, how did you get into the occult? How did you get into magic? How did this all start for you?
It all started with, well, partially with being disillusioned from religion. But, when it was weird because my mother, growing up in a Christian household, I wasn't allowed to read things about witches or demons or any bit of that. But my mother used to read me Greek mythology as bedtime stories. She also used to talk about my great grandmother, and she would talk about her being a witch. And it was always like a cautionary tale. But like when she spoke about my great grandmother, she was always telling stories about how she was healing people. So growing up, I never understood why people vilified witches, you know. So, you know, um, I really didn't feel like I belonged in the Kingdom Hall or in a church. I didn't feel like those people were my spiritual brothers and sisters. I didn't feel like I was treated like one of them. And so I left. And, while I was just kind of floating around, I still had these questions. I didn't know myself, and I wanted to figure out for myself who I was and what I believed was right and wrong. And so I started searching for belief. I started reading about other belief systems, other religions. I started meditating, and the meditation is really what got me more into the occult, because I started off really meditating to relieve stress because I had a very stressful job. But then I found out that meditation could be used for so much more. And I'm kind of obsessive about things that I get into. So I just researched the hell out of it. And um, meditation led me to like astral traveling. And then those experiences just took me down the rabbit hole, and there was no going back.
What about your first actual demonic experience?
First actual demonic experience, that depends on what you define as a demon. If you're talking about a malicious spirit, that would have happened pretty much right off the bat when I started to do astral traveling. See, the problem is when you start to realize your power, it's like putting off a flare. Everybody knows that you've awakened to some degree, good or bad, and everything is going to come to you, good or bad. So, one of the first entities that came to me was actually like a parasitic entity. Um, Now, if we're talking about demons such as like the Goetia or like the mainstream spirits that are considered evil, that came along maybe a few years later when I actually got the balls to actually like conjure up a demon and see what it was all about.
Looks like we have our first visitor on panel, Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood, can you hear me?
Hello.
Or Clint Aestwood, I should say.
Yeah.
Third World Assassin.
Sorry, I was hitting my asthma inhaler.
No worries. We want you to be clear in your air pathways when you ask your question to our guest Xero, or a comment or question.
Question. Well, are you aware of the mystery schools creating the culture and the religions that they want the people to believe in the new age systems, because it's like it's all part of their spell over humanity. Excuse me.
I am aware of those agendas to a degree. I have read books where, they talked about how John Dee was used by, Queen Elizabeth, and like all his research was actually used for a way to control the world and eventually create the Antichrist and to maintain society and stuff like that. But what I try to do is I try to kind of like focus on my own studies and try to focus on the positive instead of getting drawn into those fear-based conspiracy theories.
Well,
and when I say conspiracy theories, I'm not saying that those are necessarily false.
Well, are you aware of the great work that is the goal of the Illuminati? The great work, the great word, the name of the tune with the all the highest orders and their secret religion that gets put mainstream through the UN, such as Baha'ism. That the Baha'ism is it's a secret society made religion, which its symbol endorses a 9-pointed star, which is a symbol of the old Ennead, because 8 different deities create the 9th deity. And that the new age religion is already blanketed across the world through these Baha'ist temples that preach Luciferian philosophy and that man is God and that we're all one. Excuse me, I was around dogs earlier, so I got really bad allergies.
Yeah, you don't sound very good, brother. You sound like you're in need of some serious treatment.
Oh no, I'm fine. It's that I'm just allergic to dogs. So, but it's like the so in the mystery schools, there was a point where it split, where there was the philosophers of water and the philosophers of fire. And that goes back to the twin pillars of Hermes Trismegistus or Thoth, which one was said to be a floating stone, but see, it's like one path was of like damn it, it's hard to explain. I'll talk about the left hand path, where it's like the symbol of Cain slaying Abel, the first murder. That's part of the it's one of the highly regarded beliefs in their system of like Samael worship and the worship of this deity that was the scarlet whore of Revelations, where they were talking about Isis or Astarte, and that it's her name was.
Sounds like you're trying to kind of draw an analogy between the
Well, no, it's
scarlet
not an
whore.
analogy. It's in modern Freemasonry, which is Illuminati, the Isis is worshipped today, under many forms. In the Catholic Church, it's worshipped under the Mother Mary. We're like it's like the old Babylon Kabbalism was the priests who were captured in Babylon, who were slaves, wrote down they wrote down what they witnessed, the Babylonians, their priesthood, and they encrypted it because they didn't want anybody to have it, but they wanted to make sure that people knew what it was. And today that priesthood was reopened through the oh, sorry. Usually I don't get asthma attacks this bad.
All right, Clint. We got to have you wrap up the question though, because we got to give Xero a chance to answer it.
Oh, well,
not trying to rush you, brother.
It's like the planned it's like culture is crafted, and they produce these ideologies which they want the people to believe in, and do you feel like you're a victim of this ideology? Like Terrence McKenna would say, culture is like clothing, you wear it, but like to see past the culture, you got to seek the clarity.
Well, first of all, I feel like if you believe yourself to be a victim, you become a victim.
Well, I mean,
like
I believe in shamanism in its form of psychedelic plants, which induce states that bring you to the the plant spirits, and that whenever I've came across people that believed in such things as what you speak of, that I felt like they were being deceived and being used by this force, which the mystery schools teach is the phosphor essence.
I do believe that everything is connected. I do believe that, like, energetically we are all connected. You said that with shamanism, you're connected to plants and stuff like that. So if you feel that you have a connection to plants, why can't you be connected to something that most people consider as higher? I don't really subscribe to the Illuminati. Any entity that has come across my path that has presented itself as part of the Illuminati, I don't really like talking to them, honestly. So what I really do is I just do a lot of studying. I work not just from that, but I also follow my gnosis, and I trust my gut. And what feels right for me and what works for me is what I believe. And then, like, I do believe in unity, but I don't believe in the kind of unity that society is promoting. For example, I'm not going to put a USB drive, or port in the back of my head, to connect via the internet. You know what I'm saying? I believe that we can all have unity and be separate. We don't have to be the same, but we all have a part to play, and we all have some common ground that we can share. And if we can realize that we have that common ground and learn to work together, that's how we can create unification. And it doesn't really matter what you believe or what you subscribe to.
And guys, if I mute you, please don't be offended. You probably just have some background noise or something like that, and I want us all to be able to hear Xero. I'm just going to kind of go in order here. I saw this comment pop up, another one from Placebo Rock. He asks, what grimoires you recommend and what books of magic are full of SH double hockey sticks?
Oh, man, it really depends upon what you're trying to get into. Like a lot of the stuff that I'm into now is not beginner friendly, but I would say one of my favorite is the Kabbalion because it describes magic in such a very um, simple way, and it gives you the basics and explains concepts to you that I wish I had known when I had first started down my path. So I'm a big, I recommend that. Now in the where I'm at now, I don't really recommend grimoires because they're more like somebody else's personal magic.
Hmm.
What I believe is that if you really want to understand magic, become a historian. Okay, read up on the different belief systems, and see how they're all connected, and see what really resonates with you, and then make your own grimoire. That's my recommendation. Um, as for what's full of shit, well, I mean, like you have to really look at. I feel like you have to look at what the authors are like. Do the authors come off as trying to get money, trying to be mainstream? I really don't recommend a lot of stuff from Barnes and Noble. I kind of walk by the new age section and laugh at it. So if you want an example of bullshit grimoires, go to Barnes and Noble.
The only bookstore we seem to have left nowadays. Good old Barnes and Noble. I'm gonna go ahead and see what Grub is up to. See if he has any questions or comments. You there, Grub?
G'day, boys.
Good day.
What's up?
Yeah, I was listening to this. I was wondering when you mentioned the Kabbalion, how the last principle is gender, and how you thought gender's been incorporated today, and the misunderstanding of the true esoteric nature of what the principle of gender was. And how would you apply it through these different methods, like in and out, or the duality of things through gender? Because is duality one of the other principles out of the 7 principles? I was wondering about gender because it seems to be all the craze these days, and I think there's a big misunderstanding on the true nature of what gender is within nature.
Oh, when it comes to gender and duality, I feel that it's kind of like our perception. Really, I believe in non-duality. You know, if you study a lot of cultures, the different deities were not just dark deities or light deities. Like they were kind of in the middle, you know. Like for example, Hinduism. Um, the deity that could heal you of sickness could also bring sickness upon you. Also, a lot of deities have both male and female versions of themselves. One of the examples is angels, for example. There's angels where we're not really sure if they're male, if they're female. Sometimes there's something in between. They're androgynous. Um, and I just feel like it's two sides of the same coin. Like it's really presented in a different way, um, but for the same goal. And that's what gender is. It's kind of like where female would be more like, let's say, intuition. Okay, so intuition is where you just kind of like, I guess, like know something is right. Well, the male side would be more logical, where it's like, instead of just knowing, here's the proof. Here are the steps that lead you to the same answer that the feminine side came to. And that's kind of like, I guess, an example of what male and female are to me.
Interesting. And I have a question. I'll let the guys think for a bit and ask a question of my own. Xero, do you get a lot of pushback from religious people? I know anytime I talk about the occult, anytime I seem semi interested in it, anytime I approach it at all, I tend to get a lot of people telling me how deceived I am and how I'm going to the hot place. Has that been your experience?
I've had people try to exercise me on YouTube in the comments section. Okay. I've had plenty of, gung ho Christians who want to be trolls and, gang up on me on certain videos and be like, oh man, you need to come to Jesus, and yeah, you need to turn away from your evil ways. And it's like, evil, like, what is so evil about promoting love and unity and educating yourself, and thinking for yourself? And like a lot of people who think I'm against Jesus, and it's like, no, but I'm just against the fact that what Jesus really stood for was obscured, uh, and I just feel like whenever anybody presents any information, you're going to have your share of people who accept it, and then you're going to have your haters. That's just the way.
All right. And I do want to get everybody a chance to speak. If anybody wants to go, please, in the private chat, just, say something, say, hey, Daniel, I have something to say, something along those lines, and I will take you off mute and draw attention to you. I did want to see if Raven's still there. Are you there, Raven? Raven, calling all occupants. Okay, we will wait for him to return. Oh, he just exited. He might be having connection problems. I think it was Dr. Robert who jumped on next. Dr. Robert, are you present? Oh, let's see here. I may have accidentally
Can you hear me?
muted you. I can hear you.
What's going on? How you guys doing?
Hey, good to have you on.
What's going on, Xero?
How's it going? I'm good.
Looking good, man. You know what? I want to comment, man. There are female archangels. Every male archangel has a female counterpart. Like for the Archangel Michael, his female counterpart is Lady Faith Archaea. So I guess the Catholic Church, I guess because they're they're kind of misogynist, they got rid and stopped teaching about the female archangels. I know you know about like that famous statue, the Archangel Michael, where he's like stepping on Satan's back and he has the sword, like want to strike Satan down. You ever seen that statue?
I believe I have.
The statue I'm talking about, you guys? Okay,
Yeah.
the original
I've
depiction
seen
of
it
that
before.
is Archaea. The Archaea Faith is behind Michael, and she's touching him in the back because Michael can't strike without Faith. She's the source of his strength. And then, so all the archangels kind of have all these female counterparts. I think like the Archangel Gabriel, his female counterpart is like the Lady Chastity. They all have all these different crazy names, but each have, and they're all born together like twins. So for every archangel, he has a twin sister, and there's a list of their names. They all have different properties, different capabilities, and what they do to help humanity go forward. And they're generally going to battle together. It's just like they say like there's like a woman makes a man, or a woman can rise no hard, a man can rise no hard this woman, like that feminine energy completes the Archangel Michael. And that's what gives him his compassion and gives him his strength to move forward. So I kind of agree with you right there. But I do have a question for you. So you said you conjured demons before?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's groovy, man. I have a few friends who do that. It's interesting, man. I know a group of people, man, who've actually conjured like a succubus and actually have like ongoing relationships with like these demonic sexual beings, and they get like the greatest relationship of their life, like the best sex and shit they ever had.
Yeah, it can be pretty intense.
Yeah.
It can go either way. It can either be very good or very horrific.
Yeah, there's certain rules you have to follow, because I guess with like succubi, you can't have any children in your home. You ever seen like
that
Supernatural where she was eating babies?
I would disagree with that.
Okay, yeah, tell me, man, because I don't know everything. So hit me.
Well, I just feel like, okay, a lot of that is to once again demonize spirits that, like we don't take the time to get to understand. One, succubi aren't just good for sex. Okay, they have a lot of knowledge. They're very good at protecting. They're very good at teaching you how to battle spiritually. Okay. Two, Lilith, who is known as the biggest succubus there is.
Yeah, she's the mother.
Right, she's a mother. So a mother is not really going to strike against her children. The only reason in lore that she was pitted against, human children is because her children were threatened first. So God supposedly through the angels told her that 100 of her children would die. If she didn't, kowtow to what he wanted. So, in retaliation, which is naturally understandable or should naturally be understandable, she's like, all right, like, you gonna kill my children? I'm gonna kill the children of your followers.
Okay,
that's how it feels, But like,
also, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, like Lilith has protected my household, and there are children who are within my house. They come and go, but like, no, nothing has ever come after the children that I've ever worked with.
Yeah, that's some of the rules. There's some things I heard, so that might be lore. But I do agree that demons aren't bad, man. Actually, I have a jinn that's like my partner. His name's Sebastian, and I conjured him a long time ago, man. And like, he has given me so much wisdom and protected me and put me on the path that I'm on now. It's like the greatest relationship I ever had. Like, he's like my best buddy. Like
jinn are very interesting.
Yeah, he's like my best buddy. But I have an interesting story about Lilith, man. I'll let you go. I was messing with this chick at Claremont College, man. She was real pretty, man. She was fine as hell, and she turned out to be a witch, and she studied under Lilith, right? And I was kind of like iffy if I wanted to have sex with her, because she was kind of off to me. And then one day, like, we're in the bed, she kind of got me kind of like aroused, and I was about to get with her. And like you said, trusting your gut. I got a bad feeling, and I kind of left her cold. And man, she lost her mind. Told me, she cursed me, and then like for like years, man, I started having all this bad luck. And then one day, like, because I'm a lawyer too, man, so I'm coming from Wilshire Law Firm, man. I'm going outside because it's real stuffy. And this one psychic guy comes up to me, man, and he starts talking to me. He keeps telling me my whole life, right? And he goes, and money wants to come to you, but somebody put witchcraft on you, right? So then I kind of laughed it off a little bit. And then this African spiritual lady moved in my neighborhood, my mother's neighborhood. And one day she read me, right? And she said, like, God is going to smile on you soon. But she said, you know what? The reason why you're having problems is because you offended some girl. And so me and we're going to kind of get along. I thought that'd be a funny story to share with you guys, man. But I like Dickie, man. I'm listening to you, man. I'm learning a lot. But that's all I have to add to the discussion, man. But yeah, Lilith kind of kicked my ass a bit. Man, I had some pretty bad luck for messing with one of her children.
Hey,
awesome.
Lilith kicks the asses of her children, so it don't feel bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, even the people that she likes, she fucks up.
Okay, man, yeah, man. But but I kind of agree with you, man. Like, we kind of have these misperceptions. And a lot of that too, man, is because like a lot of religion is like Carl Jung said, religion is defense against the spiritual experience. So a lot of these priests and stuff don't want us to fall into our own power because they can't manipulate us and control us. And of course, people want to control women because women's seductive power is like super powerful. So at one point, men decided, at one point in time, man, we got to put the reins on this shit, man, or women can take us over. Because in the beginning, we had goddesses. We worship women and they were in control. And then all of a sudden, man felt threatened by them. And then we took control and then we did everything in our power to kind of suppress this feminine energy or this feminine power because we felt threatened by it because we felt it could dethrone us. Because a lot of men feel weak around women and lose their senses and stuff like that. So I kind of agree with you. And I'm going to talk to you. I'm going to mute myself and let you respond. And thank you.
All right. Good to hear from you. Well, when it comes to like women ruling, I feel that men and women have their specific places. When we start to think of, somebody as being better than another, then that's when like jealousy comes in and stuff like that. It's just know your place, understand balance. Like we need the feminine and the feminine needs the masculine and it all balances out, and once people figure that out, then we'll have less problems.
All right. And I believe next was our mad philosopher, Logan. Always good to hear from him. Yeah, we were actually, Xero and I were talking about you before we actually started the show, Logan. Go ahead. Let me make sure you're off of mute. Taking a second to respond here. Come on. Yep, you are next, buddy. Are you... Darn it, I don't know why it won't let me unmute you, though. Oh, I guess his connection's kind of bad.
Could be the deep state down.
I got so excited. Damn.
He'll be back. He's just...
Who was just talking then? Who was just talking then, Dan?
What was that, Lee?
Who was just talking then?
Okay, here's Logan. Looks like you have yourself muted now, Logan. There you go.
Yeah, I took care of that. I just want to make sure I wasn't making no noise this time. How's it going today, everyone?
Hey, what's up? It's good.
All right.
Nothing much. Just did a little mini ritual earlier and bended reality a little bit, threw out some other energies and vibrations out into the world. Basically, that was about all I've done today. And really, how do I want to put this? Xero, just so you kind of know who you're talking to, name's Logan Norris, born 6/10/1991, 8:38 p.m. And June Gemini, have a hive mind of 7 minds because my mind was fractured at age 5. And I'm an energy psychic vampire and I have the ability to bend reality. And if you like, and while I'm still on the air, would you like to see if my eyes are pure black?
Sure, go for
Sometimes it's pure black. All right, let's see what they're up to today. But apart from that, what have you guys been up to?
No good all the time. It's like staring into the void.
I'm just trying to figure out these simple things. 1, what am I? 2, what can I do reliably? And 3, just what is my job? That's really all I want to know.
Well, I mean...
But yeah, I don't know if I would be one of Lilith's children or not, but I think I'm more been adopted by Nyx in the Greek pantheon.
Well, you know what? I feel like... Oh, sorry. I feel like, as long as you understand balance and you embrace a facet of the feminine divine, you'll be taught what is necessary to evolve spiritually. Lilith once told me that she is a legion. She has different mass. Okay, so like by being adopted by Nyx, you may be adopted by Lilith. because that may be one of her masks. She is older than we think. She's had names over the years. Like, we don't know how many cycles of mankind have been around and, dealt with these different deities. And, it's just like we don't really know a lot about these beings, even if we feel like we know a lot, like on a human standpoint, but we really don't know shit.
I'd have to definitely agree with that. I wanted to talk to General Lee. We have not touched bases with him yet, and then we'll go ahead and come full circle and get back to Clint Eastwood. See if we have anything coming from the chat in the meantime. You guys can still ask questions in the chat. Just because we have people on panel doesn't mean you can't ask questions. Lee, how you doing, buddy?
Now then, mate. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Yourself?
Awesome. Got a great guest
Good.
on here today.
We have
partly thanks to yourself.
Mate. Yes, thank you. Mate, they don't come any better than Xero. He is as legit as they come. And most importantly, Dan, he's had my back since day one. And that's more valuable to me than anything else.
Yeah, we almost had your new broadcasting partner Lux join us, but he had something at the last minute.
Yeah, mate. I can't wait till we unleash even more madness. He is something else, Lux.
You guys will have to get Xero on there again.
Yes. It's always a pleasure speaking with Xero.
I've had the pleasure of being on Lee's show many times, and
yes, mate.
He's introduced me to a lot of interesting people, and we've had a lot of good talks. And man, I'm down with Lee all the way.
Nice one, mate. I'm proud to know you, Xero, mate.
Same here, bud.
Thanks. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
Right. Even though it's it's nearly fucking 3 now. Because I just recorded a show earlier. I was fucking about on Skype, but I couldn't miss this.
Yeah, appreciate you staying up in order to join us.
No problem, mate. No problem. Thank you. Is Grub on?
He's on his 5th energy drink. Yeah, we got Grub on here.
Who's you like Grub, me?
I had it muted because he's got that like waterfall sound in the background.
Yeah, like me.
How you going, brother? How you been?
I'm good, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, good, bro. Good.
Good.
Lapping up this coming into autumn now. Down here.
Have those panther caps come out yet, mate?
Yeah, they did actually. See,
really?
Solicitor's subagensias.
Oh,
subbies. Yeah.
I need them, mate.
Yeah, we got a few of them.
Send them to all of us.
They're like wood chip. So I mean, they could be Azarensis, or I think they're ones from. They could be. We're not 100% sure if they are native or if they're introduced. So I think Weber, the original mycologist that came out and did studies in Australia, he found about 20 different species, but a lot of them were imported with the plants and the different cattle that came in. But he found 3 specific species: Psilocybin aucklandi, like Auckland from New Zealand, Psilocybin eucalyptus, and Psilocybin australiana. And he said that these 3 specifically have different traits, like physical traits from the other species. So we might actually have native ones here, but as far as we know, the Aboriginals never used them. They use different psychoactives and alkalines, different types of things. But at the moment they come out winter, and then we go for the cow dung in spring, and the Manting Mascarius will go out the pine forests, which are plantation forests, and we'll get them at about I think
Have
just
you-
before we go for the subbies.
Yeah. Have you tried them yourself, Grub?
Oh yeah, yeah. Open portals. And shit,
They
like,
might
it's
be
fucking insane.
they might be really strong, aren't they?
Yeah. The I had a cubensis down here, probably about the size of a CD. Right, they're big. They were big.
Oh,
That's a big Cubensis.
I ate
Yeah.
the whole thing. I ate the whole thing. I was gonna slip into somewhere else, but I held myself back and just enjoyed the colors and everything else, right? But when you go these subbies, these subagencies, I think it's called, these woodchip ones up in the mountains, they're fucking. Couple times I've had them, and I don't know if it was the geolocation I was in, like it could have been ley lines or something, but a couple of times this velvety purple violet, almost like a portal thing opened up in front of me, and I could see these faces in it, and they're almost looking at me going, "What are you doing here? You know, it's like I just tapped into someone's phone call, you know." I freaked.
What the hell are you doing here? Get out of our house.
Yeah. It's like these 7 old people, and one of them was a lady. It looked like she had glasses. It's hard to picture, but it was all monochrome. So it was all this purple color and this white color.
Was it Michelle Obama?
Yeah.
Rob, was it Michelle Obama?
Oh, I fucking no idea, bro. It looked like an old lady, man. Like curly hair and everything. Like she permed
As
the
long
hair.
as it's not Hillary.
But then the other time it was
That was
only
too
about,
quick, Dan.
Yeah, it was only about 3 grams or something worth, and me and my little brother were separated, and we both had them. We're both within 100-meter radius of each other, but all of a sudden I slipped out of wherever, went into like a void, and that purple thing came back up again, but it was windy. I was actually in it this time, and it was like being in the middle of a tornado. Like you couldn't open your eyes because all the wind rushing past and everything. But I could like see someone at the other end, and I yelled out for my little brother, and he answered. And so we were talking to each other, like saying, like, "This is fucked. What's going on?" Like, but we had to really, really yell at the top of your lungs to like communicate. And then when we came back down, like he came over and he goes, that just happened. We just spoke to each other through this. So he saw the same thing, but yeah, that fucking blew me away. After that, I telepathically spoke to my little brother through a fucking portal, right?
Oh, that's a trip.
And so this has made my mind up with a lot of this stuff that I was like, that's fucking insane, man. Like I actually like witnessed it. Like
that's called splicing, when you're using a psychedelic drug or entheogen and you start to like have a psychic bridge between you and another person. That's why they called one of the ingredients in ayahuasca when the Western guys first discovered it, they named it telepathy.
Yeah, what was really crazy is when I was, well, a friend of mine filmed it, and when he came and looked at me, and then he would run over and look at my little brother, and he'd run over and look at me. But when he looked at me, I was eating the steering wheel of the car, and my little brother was like on the ground eating, like munching on the dirt on the ground. It was incredible. We weren't there, eh? It was as if the strongest sense of my body was my mouth, like the touch, the feeling of touch. So it was like I bit onto something to hold on to the reality. You know what I mean? It was like a tether. It was like a tether still to this realm, but I was sucked away. And then my other mate afterwards, he goes, he thought he was on the outside of this tunnel, and he's walking through blackness, like swimming over to my mate, my little brother. And then he come over and look at me and film me, and all you saw was me. Like he's eating dirt next to the fireplace, and I'm sitting in the car trying to hide. And then I found myself like I come to, and I'm like chewing on the freaking steering wheel, eh? Like
classic, that mate. I love it.
Wow, that just happened, eh? That was incredible.
Yeah, that's an awesome story. I do want to Clint. He's kind of jumping at the bit here. Clint,
the range got hard again.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, looks like you got some interesting discussion going on in the private chat. I wanted to give you a chance to say what you wanted to say.
It's like the it's like the old origins of Christianity are nothing of what you see in any church in the world today, like those are all churches which in the Greek they would call antichristos, which means to be like, or twin, not twin, but like a copycat. And then there was a Greek word which was didymus, which means twin. And that like there was an ancient priesthood from Egypt which was worshiping Mahas, this lion, and that that religion was passed down by this grip of the lion's paw in the mystery schools. And that like Lazarus was dead, came back to life, and became John according to in the symbols. And that that's when the religion of Mahas was carried on with John, who wrote Revelations. And that there's but there's this strange thing. It's like the whole, it's like if you go to any church, no churches will mention Revelations or anything because or because they don't understand what it is. And that what is in the book of Revelations goes back to ancient Egypt. And that the whole four horsemen concept was Sagittarius, Euceros, and what's Pegasus, and then the Centaurus. Those were the four horse constellations. And that in the old Egyptian, it's like the symbols weren't about, they were about the initiates, but they were also about the stars. And that there was an Eastern crux, which was the constellation Cygnus, and then there was a Western crux and a Southern crux. And then the symbolism, the old god of the north which was in the Old Testament symbolism, was like Elohim, or no, Adonai was the god of the north. And in the modern mystery schools, which are Illuminati, there is no candle on the north side of the altar because to them it's the god of the north, the god of darkness.
That has me thinking, what you said just now, because we're discussing Lilith, and I know that one of Lilith's
That's kind of what
nicknames
I'm getting to
is the Queen of the North. Oh, I'm sorry if I got there before you, but I know one of her nicknames is Queen of the North, so that kind of struck a chord with me.
Well, like in the ancient symbolism in Egypt, all the Masonic writers, the highest degreed writers, will write that the deities were the same, Astarte and Isis, and that the symbols of the deities was the symbol of Isis was that it was the temple, the stone, and that the initiate of the temple was the ashlar, the square. And that and the temple was always circular, and that in modern secret societies, every initiate's referred to as an ashlar, or in the Hebrew, an ashlar is called Kaaba, like a cube, like Kabbalism. It's cube. It's an ancient philosophy which was woven, which goes back to the great builders. And that at one point it was a world thing, a world system, which the secret societies referred to as Lumeria. And that these great builders had temples and mythos all around the world, where the Egyptian mythos, like Thoth and so on, like Thoth is Hermes in Greek and so on, but in the Alaskan Native American stuff, because the myths don't stop at the oceans, they continue on to America. And then the Native American mythos about the raven stealing the light from this Pandora's box from a great chief that was holding the light, the symbol of the light, the secret word, which was the same word which was the symbol used in the story of Horus when he enters into the spirit world, to the crocodile Sobek, which he says the tetragrammaton, the secret word of the old, the old witchcraft, where every instance of Mahas or the later form Jesus was like performing one of these miracles. He was saying the secret word in the lore, and that the secret word seems to denote some sort of astronomical alignment, which is like Sirius, the sun, and Saturn. And that it's like they had words for every astronomical alignment, but then they associated the stars not just with names, but with days and with symbols. And that the symbol of Sirius, which was the star for Astarte or Isis, that's those stars came, and then before those stars was a 360-day calendar. And after the 5 stars arrived, well, I can't remember the other, but 2 of them were Sirius A and Sirius B, which were Isis and Osiris, but also associated with the sun and moon, which is a really long story. But so these demon days were created in Egypt, in that they had to add 5 days to the calendar, and that so it was a 360-day calendar, which the great geometricians, they built the calendar around, they built all of mathematics around this calendar. And that
You all right, mate? Are you okay?
It's like the priesthood was eventually, over time, they were the knowledge was lost, and that the other priesthoods tried to take the knowledge, and then they tried to mimic these secrets of the ancients, but they couldn't quite do it. And that the forms of what they were creating was eventually perverted into the modern day mystery schools, which the occultists, they work such evils where, I mean, it's really hard. It's like you say that you were treated badly by religious people in the past, and it's like, because all these people are worshiping these perversions of reality, which they're building their lives on these foundations of madness, these old stories that have been perverted and then replicated by these priests that knowingly take advantage of the masses through these indoctrinations of the modern average person. All victims of delusions, and running around judging everybody and going against everything that they're supposedly like the 10 Commandments and so on.
Or what Christ himself has taught. I don't think a lot of the judgment and stuff like that is really.
That's the thing. It's like they want to destroy, and they create something that looks like what used to be there. And that's what the modern day Jesus is in every church, is this mimicker, this shape-shifting deity, which wants to, like the story of Lucifer, where it wants to be God and it wants to sit on the throne of the North, but it can't. And it's really messed up, because the modern, like the Catholics, they worship Isis basically, and that the modern day Christianity, they worship the initiate, the sun. And then like the Jews and the Islams, they worship the old god, the father, which was a symbol of the doctrine, which was and that's why there was such high regard on this secret word, which was lost. Like the magic of it was, because all of these different religions were originating from shamanic sources typically, but it's like when they lost the plant shamanism, they lost touch with the the original systems that were in place. And so this slow dismantling and like this runaway train of culture was created, which is fueling the wars of today through these initiates that run the show on the various secret society wars. Because that's why we're all economic slaves to an unconstitutional world government, because they're running the show, You know,
Good stuff. Good stuff, Clint. But once again, let's kind of wrap it up because we got to let somebody else go.
Yeah, I'm all done. I'm all out of breath.
Okay, all right. Xero, did you want to respond to that at all?
I saw some comments about how like a lot of the stuff has to do with the cube of Saturn, and that's interesting because I did see how like something where like the cross, the Christian cross, like if you fold it up, it creates a cube. Um, actually, there was a lot there that he was talking about. Um, the 365 days. I do know about that. You know, with the Egyptians, were supposedly, from what I've read, Thoth added 5 days so that the extra children that were not supposed to be born were born, and that's how we got the extra 5 days on the Gregorian calendar. But that's really all I have to say about that.
All right. I think our order was let's see if Grub wants to pop in. If not, that's cool too. Grub, I see you're talking about some interesting stuff in the private chat, the Lady of Fatima, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, this what was the most recent sighting apparently is the Bledsoe case, the Bledsoe family, which was part of this whole UFO community and this and that. But he was kind of rejected by MUFON and the rest of them for being saying he was talking about it being an angel or a lady of light, like being not a UFO incident, but this is the Queen of Heaven. Now the Catholic Church occasionally chooses particular incidences and says this is Mother Mary appearing to these people and actually telling them the truth. But in other times, they'll actually say, that's not verified yet. We haven't found out that this is true or not. So the church seems to be very picky and choosy on which one's actually the Lady of Light or what else is it. So she's referred to herself to be Hathor, the Queen of Heaven, Mother Mary. There's a few other names. Now, has this Lady of Light, or this entity, this being that appears as an orb, and then the orb flashes up and down and she appears like a quite large 7 foot tall graceful lady,
7 foot tall, that sounds like the WNBA.
Yeah, fucking A, yeah. This was in Egypt.
That's a tall lady. Kind of intimidating.
She's a big girl, mate.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. She also
long legs,
with seven or 12 doves or something, like little other objects that fly around her. But going back in the past, before Jesus Christ, this entity may have still appeared to people. And if she was, is this the same entity that we're actually talking about now? Because if it's Ishtar or if it's Inanna, and that's where they actually got the original name from, the idea was this being that appears in front of people and spins them the fuck out, you know what I mean? And so I was just curious about if this could be the same entity that's actually still appearing today in physical form in front of thousands and thousands of people.
Well, I do believe that when it comes to Mary, Lilith has talked about Mary. Lilith is connected to Mary, maybe a certain form, because Lilith has said that there is a celestial form to her, a light side to her. Everybody attributes her as a dark entity. But there are levels. Like there's no duality. So a lot of the entities that we come upon actually play both sides. I do believe that it is possible for her to appear to a whole bunch of people, because I've been hearing about people who are constantly telling me that they've dealt with Lilith. Lilith popped up, started talking to them and stuff like that, and she's out and about. So that is a I believe a facet of Lilith, an aspect of her.
a primordial being of light, or being both sides.
Well, what we
Queen
have
of
to
Heaven, is
understand
this what
is that light came from darkness. Okay, so the darkness is older than the light, but because the light is a part of the darkness, like the darkness can also show itself as the light.
Okay, and I did want to segue. Whoops, dropping stuff. I did want to segue my own question in here real quick. I did want to ask Xero. I did want to ask you about Lucifer. Is Lucifer related to Lilith? Have you worked with Lucifer? What are your thoughts on Lucifer Morningstar in general?
Yes, I have worked with Lucifer. Yes, Lucifer has a relationship with Lilith, but it's very complicated. First of all, Lucifer is a title. In fact, most of the names that we know these deities by are just titles. And so the title of Lucifer can actually be filled by a spirit or even a human being, because all it means is light bringer. Okay, so anybody who brings knowledge, anybody who brings light, is that Luciferic, fits the title of Lucifer. It depends on what lore you go by. Some say that Lucifer is the husband of Lilith, and I can see that in my my experiences. I also sometimes get the kind of vibe where Lucifer is more like also a son. I get that feeling, and sometimes I feel like they kind of switch roles. Lilith has also said that she is or was Lucifer at one time. And for those who deal with Lucifer, Lucifer can often appear in female form. I've seen Lucifer as a Valkyrie. I've seen Lucifer as a child. I've seen Lucifer as a grown man with dreads. I've seen Lucifer as a dragon. And Lucifer is actually, for the most part, fun to work with, because he has a sense of humor. He loves seeing people enjoy themselves. But when it's time to do the work, like that's when everything gets serious. Lucifer is also very protective. When I was traveling through the underworld, there was a time when I was in this place that manifested as a diner. And, if you read about the underworld, they say not to drink or eat anything in the underworld. And so somehow, like, this cup of water appeared in front of me and I wasn't thinking. And I tried to drink the water. And Lucifer was sitting across from me, and the water, I couldn't swallow the water, but he was making it so. Lucifer will also tell you when you're not ready for something. I was working one time out of the Queen of Hell book by Mark Allen Smith. In that system, you work with Hecate, Lucifer, and Belial. And there was a certain ritual that I wanted to do, and Lucifer said, "No, you're not ready. You don't have your emotions under control."
Xero, what ritual was it, mate?
I can't remember. I don't even have the book anymore.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, mate.
Like, he kind of gave me like tips on how to manage that and kind of get around that. But like, he's just kind of protective to the point where, like, he knows when you're ready for something, or if you're not, like, he looks out for you and is like, no, like, but he's also a prankster too, because there was one time he told me to work with the Goetia, And I've done so before, but I guess he wanted me to focus on that more. So I'm like, okay. So I prepare a whole ritual to summon a goetic demon. And first of all, the goetic demon comes across as like this cartoon cat in a dress. And then Lucifer ended up taking over the whole ritual, popping up and sticking his tongue at me. And I'm like, okay. So I've been spiritually punked.
It's fascinating though, how like he's all for you progressing, but he doesn't want you to go like to an area where like you're not ready, like you said. I think that's midnight, you know.
Well, I believe that all the spirits that come to you to teach you, they have energetic connections to you, kind of familial connections. And so, like, they want you to progress, but they don't want you to screw up. Like, sometimes they want you to learn things on your own, but like, they're really rooting for you to succeed and to evolve. So, like, if something is really going to hurt you, and they need you to progress, they're going to tell you to, you know, chill, back the fuck up, like you're not ready for this. And they may even pull away if they're doing something that may hinder your progress.
All right. I believe next was, let's see if Dr. Robert is still present. Paging Dr. Robert. You there, buddy? Dr. Robert? He may have stepped away. I think after him, it was Logan once again. Logan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Logan, would you like to say something or ask a question?
I would like to ask if Xero would be okay with it.
I'm having problems with my computer.
Oh. Okay, let's looks like Logan has muted himself. He's being polite. Logan, do you mind if Dr. Robert kind of cuts back in, then we go back to you?
I just want to say I'm learning a lot, man, and thank you for being very open and just keep talking, man. I'm soaking it all up. Although somebody did say something about like somebody did say something about how like gods put on different masks, and I remember in college that it's said that the god Apollo puts on the mask of Dionysus at certain times. So it's rumored that the god Apollo and the god Dionysus are the same god.
Are Apollo and Dionysus the same god?
They're the same god. He puts on the mask of Dionysus at certain times. It's like technically, like technically, if you want to get technical, all these gods you see are actually one god. It's just different personalities of the same god. Because everything essentially is one anyway. So I just wanted to add, and there really is no reality, nothing separate. We're all one being. I don't know if you've seen that alien on TikTok where he talks about how like death is a human construct, and he talks about how like we all live the same lives, we all live each other's lives, which is all one thing. Even in Hinduism, right? Like the universe is nothing more than God playing hide and seek with himself. Like God is the only thing in the universe that exists, right? So then he created Maya. He created the world of illusion, right? It goes into the state of forgetfulness. So he just is in war throughout eternity. And that's why we have this desire in us to seek God or seek spirituality, because that's kind of like this finger type, the string tied around our finger. So one day we can remember who we are. See, that's the whole thing about it. Like, we're all just really just one thing. It's really just God, and he's just eternal. He's just this one thing, and just out of sheer loneliness and being alone, he creates this universe, and he becomes the divine self playing all the parts. So the Indians have this concept of the Atman, like this inner being that we all are, like the higher self, but the higher self is just God, the spark of God in every human being. But it's really just the same being. And what he's doing basically is he's playing hide and seek with himself because he's just bored as fuck. And that's why nothing really makes any sense. It's just God kind of playing with himself, playing this game with himself. See, that's why when the Christians first told, like when the Christians first told the Hindus about like Christianity and burning hell, they said they fell out laughing hard than the mother. They said he's finally did it. He's finally scared the shit out of himself. You know what I mean? Like, it's just God just doing all this crazy shit, man, because he's bored as fuck. I mean, that's really what Hinduism is. But I'll let you guys go. I'm kind of on one right now, but I'll let you guys go and listen.
All right.
Well, to speak on that, when it comes to the Hindu gods, it's funny because like when the gods split, like let's say a god gives birth to another god, it's still considered the god that sired that god. It's just another aspect.
Oh man, that's a trip right there.
It's the same thing with Egyptian lore, like where if you learn about Egyptian lore, all the gods are just an aspect of, let's say, Ra. Okay, so like it's just kind of everything is a derivative of the so-called creator. So it's funny because like in the book that I was reading about like Egyptian thought, it doesn't matter which god you go to because they all know the same thing and they all lead you back to the creator, because they're all just branches from, let's say, him, it, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, even in voodoo, like all the other riches, they're just Obatala. Obatala is the supreme being, and it's just all of these are just different aspects of Obatala, which is the creator God who created the universe. You know what I mean? Even in Hinduism, they have a trinity. You have Brahman, which is the sleeper god. The god is kind of like sleeping and meditating in the universe, rather. Then you have Vishnu, which is the preserver god, and that's who Jesus is, and Krishna, and all them are supposed. Whenever the earth kind of gets out of whack and it loses its moral footing, then Krishna or Vishnu, in the form of Vishnu, will come down, and he's a demon slayer, right? He casts out demons. Krishna fought demons. It's all the same things, all the same story. You know, and then you have Shiva, who's a destroyer. You know, one time he was just like, and that's where the mandala comes from in Tibetan Buddhism. You know, they create this beautiful thing out of sand paint, and then when it's done, they wave their hand, and then they just blow it all away, and then it starts all over again. That's the whole thing about it, because he's just constantly going through this state of like forgetfulness and wakefulness, but it's just him kind of passing the time of eternity. So it's kind of interesting when you have Logan talk about his mind is fragmented. God is fragmented. Like the universe is kind of like a schizophrenic experience that we're all going through. God is a schizophrenic, technically. I mean, it's a trip when you, but he is. He's just a fucking schizophrenic, and that's why everything's just so fucking crazy and everything's out of whack. Because God is just kind of just like, you know, like this kind of nutcase who's kind of going crazy from being the only thing in the fucking universe. But that's it.
I actually agree with that, because Lilith, when she told me two things. She said to study the Christ, study Lucifer, and she said, you know, to gather the pieces of Lucifer. When I was actually going through a psychosis where I actually felt like I was embodying Lucifer. Like I felt like I was splitting, where it's just like they get caught up so much in the game that they forget what they are. Like they split so much that there's no memory. There's like only bits and pieces, and it's like you have to put that puzzle together. That's what they are, you know. And it's like we're derivatives, where we're fucked up because like we're part of those pieces, you know. And we believe that we're separate from everything when we're really not.
We got another question from the chat. This is from Overprotected. What are your opinions of Kek? I believe that's from the QAnon community, the frog god guy, and maybe Janus. Are you familiar with those names, Xero?
I've heard Janus in passing, but I don't know particulars about that god, and I've never heard of Kek. Is Kek like Egyptian?
I believe so. Kek is like a newer deity that has appeared in the QAnon community, probably linked to 4chan as well, where it's like this frog they use in their memes, and he may have some kind of connection to Egypt or something like that. I myself, I don't really know that much about Kek. I do know that it's a very popular meme these days, but we can continue forward.
I hate memes, but okay. Well, is there anything that you know about Janus? Like anything that I can compare to possibly like another god that I'm familiar with?
I believe that might be another multi-headed god, but
It could
that's
be
a little bit.
here, yeah. That could be Chronos, as it's representing time and the passage, and then the reflection of God. Once you meet God and then come back, you come face to face with God and then come back. But Janus was the god of doorways. So as you pass through a doorway, it's like going through that threshold. And I think it's also basically Chronos and his younger self. So it's similar to the aspect of time and passing through the doorways, thresholds. If that helps at all.
That kind of sounds like Legba. If you were to like compare like to the Voodoo Loa, the closest thing that I can compare Janus to, yeah, it's Legba.
Yeah.
And shit, overprotected in the chat. I just like to read this out for the people that just listen to the podcast version of the show. But Janus Greek, God, two faces, one looking forward in time, one looking backwards in time. I have interesting experiences with Janus. Kek is Egyptian. Shout out to me magic. Okay.
Yeah.
Kek as well was the primeval god from Egypt, so it was one of the most ancient gods, part of the creation.
Okay. There are a lot of gods when it comes to Egypt. I've heard of a frog-headed god, but I haven't like really looked into him because a lot of them were kind of like usurped by the more popular Egyptian gods. So I'm currently looking into like the older gods to see what they're all about, but I have no experience with Kek, and like he hasn't really come on my radar because I don't deal with memes. So that's something that I'll just have to look into later.
All right. And let's see who was next. I think we're back to Logan again. Logan, sorry for skipping you earlier, buddy. Are you still there? Logan?
Yes, I am. Real quick before I get that off again or whatever. The image that I've chosen, and I would like everyone to kind of zone in a little bit. Now, you've seen me on camera, right? You've seen my eyes. You've seen particularly what type of entity I am or what version of me there is. See,
also, you got a frock on, mate.
I hail from the third dimension. And the funny thing is, this guy was so identical to me, apart from me just being a little bit bigger than him. And I was actually wondering, do you guys notice any differences between me and the alternate version that hopped into my reality for a little bit? He was moving. We couldn't get him to stop. And like he was just following like a certain ley line, it seemed. And Xero, I don't know if you'd be okay with this or whatever, but I've actually like developed reality bending abilities, or influencing is more the correct term, I believe. I didn't know if I'd be able to show you how it's possible to travel to alternate dimensions without the use of psychedelics, and for me to show my quote unquote perfect equation. I'm just looking to see if what I've studied for the past 31 years is up to something or not. Because what I do is not only do I have a hive mind of 7 minds in my head, I tap into the multi-dimensional version of myself across all of space and time into other dimensions. And I didn't know if that'd be something of interest to you, but mostly I was does it feel like that guy in the picture right there is similar to me, or is it someone completely different? Because I was told that was an alternate of me walking around in the third dimension, if this even still is the third dimension.
Well, first of all, I've been to other dimensions without the use of psychedelics. Really, once you learn how to focus you can go anywhere you want. But I have also had experiences where people came to me and swore up and down that they saw me, and I was like, no,
Really?
that's not. Yes, I've had multiple.
Crazy that way, isn't it?
I've had my own cousin tell me, "I just saw you over in this town." I'm like, "No, I'm not in that town." I've had somebody tell me that they saw me at a Comic-Con in Maryland. Like, I've never really been to Maryland. I've been through it, but not to it.
Yeah. That's
I've
crazy,
had
isn't it?
people tell me that they've had friends that look like me and speak like me. So there are, I wouldn't necessarily say doppelgangers. I would just say that we as multidimensional creatures probably have more than one avatar. I mean, I know like the different gods and angels and demons and stuff have more than one avatar, so why not we?
There you got a point, mate.
I like
that
I
happened
like
to
how
me
you worded.
a while
Fascinating, that
ago.
Xero.
Somebody saw a doppelganger of me, and I guess I was making this really creepy face, and that's haunted me to this day because I'm wondering if there's some like Illuminati clones out there or something like that. Maybe some gray aliens clone me. I don't know. It might be a magic thing, but
I mean,
I
it's possible.
Yeah.
Every time you go to the hospital, like you could be bleeding to death and they still take blood, and it's like, why the fuck do they do that? You know what I'm saying?
There was
They want to take blood.
There was a French guy who was on a lab table and they were doing some brain scans and saying, can you do your teleportation? And he actually used to do it when he was a kid. And on the table, when they were measuring his brain waves and everything, and then actually seen it work, which was a correct Fibonacci sequence within the brain waves and the frequencies. And then all of a sudden, he had sand between his toes and a bottle of water in his hand. And he said with his left eye, he could see a beach and he wanted to go to the beach. And then with his right eye, he was still in the room. And then with the other eye, he went to the beach and walked around and enjoyed the scene and everything. But everyone else in the room, nothing happened. And they're saying that it happened so fast that it was actually between the thoughts. It was faster than like thought. So the people didn't actually see it and recognize it happened. It was that fast. But with him in the other eye, he was spending time on the beach. And so he had actually teleported. There's reports when he was a kid at school, he got too stressed out about an exam and they wouldn't let him go to the toilet. And then all of a sudden he was in the toilet. And then he's like, fuck, but he was in the toilet back at home. So he went home. And then all of a sudden the teacher's ringing up going, where's your student? Like, where's your son gone? He's disappeared. They didn't recognize it. So there's actual physical electrical proof that this is very, very possible. But the key was that he could see one out of one eye, he could see the room still, and the other eye he could see the other place he was going to. And I've kind of had one of those experiences where I was looking at myself. Well, I was looking at myself in the reflection, but I was looking at myself from right angles. If that makes sense. I was looking in the glass, and I was looking at my own reflection, but then with the other eye, I was looking at myself from the other side of the room. So it was confusing because all of a sudden I got like it's confusing as fuck. It's like you're cross-eyed, you know what I mean? But yeah, no, that
sounds hectic,
that's real, bro. That shit's real. Yeah.
I agree with Grub. There have been times when like I've had my vision split, not where I was in two different places per se, but it would just be like half of my vision was just like total darkness, and the rest would be like whatever I was looking at that time, and it'd be like, what the fuck is going on? Where there's nothing wrong with my vision, but it was just like, yeah, it was just like one half of me was looking at something totally different.
Right. I did want to go back to, let's see here. I think we've talked to everybody. Clint Eastwood, are you still present, my friend?
Oh, yeah.
Did you want to jump in there again? You had a lot to say last time, some pretty hot stuff.
Well, I mean, it's definitely a really complicated subject because of following the research of William Cooper. I started following it like 15 years ago, and I don't remember which broadcast exactly, or I mean, there's several broadcasts which speak about the subject of the New Age religion being brought about and what it would be and what it would consist of and what its initiates would believe, and that it's like for the last 15 years I've been talking about the New World Order and secret societies, and I'm against the Alex Jones type, because when I first learned about stuff, technically when I first learned about secret societies, I was technically in the hood in fucking, that's a really long story, but I was living in the hood for a minute and fucking my friend, I was friends with a lot of, anyways, my friend was he's like, yeah, I'm like, why is the Masonic Lodge bigger than the court building? And he's like, oh, don't you know they run the show, and that was like 2001. And then I was always a big fan of the X-Files and supernatural things and so on, and eventually I ran into this. I've heard like every conspiracy type talk and lecture, and but eventually I ran into this William Cooper who talked about the secret societies far more in depth than like Jordan Maxwell or anyone else. And that he talked about how they had this how it was around for quite some time, and that the goal of the whole movement and so on, where there was multiple attempts at trying to create this new man, where it was like a concept that kind of relates to like a perverted version of alchemy, because like like ancient alchemy goes back to Egypt, and modern alchemy is more like something that the royal family's got a hold of and kind of twisted it to their own purposes and so on, which generally happens with every secret religion or ancient religion. But the plan of the secret societies, it's like they like America was a branch that came from an enslaved people of Europe, where these people were like subjects to kings and rulers and pontificates or whatever, and they were they knew that they were criminals basically for practicing what they believed in, which was an older form of it was like more of a non-perverted form of occultism, the pre like 1790s Freemasonry, which in the modern time is fully, even by like Albert Mackey and all these other Masonic writers, they specifically state that the 4th through 33rd degree is Illuminism. But the goals of this secret society though was to there was a letter from Albert Pike to Giuseppe Mazzini, who was the head of the Italian Vatican Mafia, and the letter consisted of this layout of 3 world wars. In the modern internet, see, I've been like surfing the net for a long time, and the modern internet has whitewashed the letter. It's just like multiple other subjects. They've stripped the internet of the letter, any proof of it, but you can find old books, and there's people who will say that they've been to the museum in England which had the original letter. But the letter said in it that it would make this clash, and this clash is what the alchemy is all about, where it's this synthesis, this thesis versus antithesis, which will create a synthesis. And that the clash of these religions with the atheists would destroy both, and then the unveiling of the new Luciferian doctrine would be given to the masses, and that the new world religion would be this Luciferian. I'm not even pro-religion. It's just that I've delved into the subject for so long, and that it's like it's like when the corona started. It's like, to use the word corona means sun, and like even this video game I was playing, Destiny 2, it had this sun on the loading screen or whatever. But right when it started, this phenomenon of monoliths started appearing, where if you Google the word monolith appears, and you'll see the images of these triangular shaped steel monoliths that, some of them were high grade steel, which would cost a lot of money to create. And that they appeared all over the world when the corona first started. And a long time ago, like 15 years ago, I heard the William Cooper broadcast, and he was like talking about the secret societies, and he's like, when they claim their new age, monoliths will start popping up out of nowhere. And I always thought that was the stupidest prediction of William Cooper's, because I was like, why the fuck would monoliths just to start appearing out of nowhere? I don't know if you Googled the image of the monoliths, but when you see the pictures, these are high grade steel. Like, I got friends who mill steel, and to buy a piece of steel like that, it's not cheap money. It's big money to buy stuff like that. And the fact that there was multiple ones all over, this stele, STELE, this symbol is the same symbol which is in the movie. The one of the most known occultists was Arthur C. Clarke, who was evil, and he went to the Philippines, and he was a big Chester, and fucking but he made this movie about
a Chester, like a pedophile.
Yeah, but this movie, Space Odyssey 2001, the beginning scene, William Cooper elaborates how this monolith, these when it shows the the primates, and it figures out the tool, and it was the symbol of the fire, the knowledge of the mysteries, and that the monolith was the symbol of this Horus deity, which was the symbol of the initiates, and that the old British intelligence officer Aleister Crowley, he wrote about this new age, which the Skull and Bones refers to as 1,000 points of light, or the other initiates, but this new eon of Horus, the conquering child, where the masses would be indoctrinated into this new religion, where they would become empowered by emotions, and everything that you see going on is the results of this ancient thing that has come into fruition. And the secret societies, they made no secret of it in their writings, and that it's like witchcraft, in Masonry, which was old piracy, which was against the crown and the Pope. they had the blood oaths to make sure that there was no leaks, and that because people would die if there was a leak, and that's what the blood oaths originated from, and the mysteries of the ancient world.
Like the oath when you become a Mason, where they say, if you give up our secrets, we're gonna like gut you and slit your throat, or something like that.
Yeah, that dates back to Haram Abiff and John of Revelations, because that was the same character. It's just that the symbols were changed, but the Vatican.
All right, Clint. Good stuff, but we gotta move on. So wrap it up, buddy.
Okay, the Vatican and the British royalty, they seen this tool of Masonry, and they took it over, and then they changed it into this dark side, which was which was everything that was predicted by this Aleister Crowley and this Eon of Horus and all these other occultists that, say by their signs, symbols, and passwords they will be known, but the masses will not see or understand.
All
it's
right,
like that
good.
Bible phrase, I have eyes to see, or they have eyes to see but cannot see, they have ears but cannot hear. It's about symbology of the secret order. Then I'm done.
Okay.
Wow.
Great stuff. Xero, before we move on, did you have anything that you wanted to comment on all that?
No, not really. I mean, I know about like the steel and how it's connected to Egyptian mythology to some point. But like I said, like I'm not really into the conspiracy theory side of things. So in that regard, Clint would have more knowledge than I do.
All right, let's go over to Lee, who has had something he's wanted to say for a while. I think there was a question you wanted to answer that somebody else had or something like that.
Yeah, I will just get it up now, Dan, mate. Thanks.
What was that? What happened? He's gone. Okay, well, in that case, let's go ahead and move on. Hopefully Lee hops back on with us. Oh, there he is. Let's try one more time.
Can you hear me?
Lost you for a second there.
Yeah, I just went to get this comment from the chat. It was from, it was from Placeball Rock. I don't know if it's been answered. You see, he might have put it before I came on, and he's mentioned recommended. Is there any grimoires we can recommend? There is actually one, and I'm plugging this for you, Xero, mate. Xero's book, Grimoire of Damnation.
All right.
So,
yeah, there is that one.
Yeah. Highly recommend it.
I forgot to toot my own horn.
Yeah. Is this your first book, Xero?
Not my first book, but it's my best book so far. Yeah, Grimoire of Damnation was basically, it's like mostly like left hand, and it was kind of a book about breaking away from current beliefs and kind of like taking a journey to kind of reconstruct your mind and then go on the path of like spiritual ascension and learning things through the left hand path. There was a lot that I was inspired to write by Lilith. There was a lot that I was inspired to write by Hekathos. And then at the end of the book is the spell to actually take you to the abyss, which is not something that I recommend unless you're like spiritually mature and you're ready for your life to be turned upside down in order to basically be changed, and have your perception of the world changed.
It's like I said, highly recommended. You've got copies. You've got it in, is it paperback and on PDF, Xero?
I've got some physical copies.
Yeah.
I've got the PDF, but it's also going to be available on Amazon as a paperback.
Nice, mate.
Yeah, I decided to do that because I had more
brilliant,
people who were from other countries who couldn't order my book off of the site because of money. They want money to like kind of do the shipping overseas. So I just decided to put that on Amazon so that I could make that available for people who are not in the States.
Yeah, and they'll be able to distribute it as well, at really low rates. So if you've not got the book, hit Xero up and get it ordered. You will not be disappointed.
So we can order direct? I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand that fully.
Yes, you can either order it from me, and soon it will be available like all over on Amazon as a paperback. Like I think right now it's like available for US sales because they go through like stages where they sent me some email that said, okay, it's available on US, but like in 10 days it'll be available in other countries or something like that. Something like that. I don't know. So, yes, currently, like you can get the PDF off of my site for $15, and then there's also the book, the actual book for 25, as long as you're in the states.
Bargain that, mate. And it's quality. It's got Harryman in there as well, in it, and Samael, Belial, a little bit on a couple of them, especially if you find that kind of shit fascinating, which I do.
That would be me. I love
Yes,
books on this topic. Absolutely, demons, the gods, stuff like that. I mean, that's probably my prime interest. Xero, I did have another question to you on that note. This one is about the gods. I want to ask you about Yahweh, the God of the Bible. Is this another like God Anunnaki that just kind of fits into things? Any thoughts on Yahweh?
Yes. Okay, so Yahweh is part of the Tetragrammaton. All right, this goes back to Egypt. If you study the Tetragrammaton, it is really a breakdown of the atom. Tetragrammaton, I believe, means four. Well, it's actually a breakdown of what makes the atom up. And so it was like the Egyptians were very scientific. So, and it's funny because there's a lot of play on words when it comes to the Bible, where you have the Tetragrammaton describing the atom, and then they call the first man Adam, which is basically like the same thing. So, really, I feel like the God in the Bible, like if you consider God to be Yahweh, that you're worshiping is really man, like the makeup of matter. And I feel that Yahweh is an expression of ego, and that's why like the people who claim to be Christians are very ego driven, very bullyish, and just kind of like not very pleasant to be around.
That can certainly be the case in many instances. It's there's a lot of dualism there. The more that I kind of delve into this stuff, the more I start to see the paganism and occult connection, behind the Bible and stuff like that. It encourages me to have an open mind about these topics. I mean, when I first got into it, I approached it with a lot of fear. I thought I was damning myself and doing evil by communicating with certain entities and stuff like that. But I'm not here to toot my own horn or anything like that. But I've had some experiences with Lucifer and Lilith myself. I've been wore my little Lilith sigil today to kind of celebrate this coming together of minds. I haven't worn it for like months and months, but I absolutely love the topic. I find it infinitely fascinating. I could try to stop being interested in this stuff and just quit cold turkey, and it wouldn't work for a second. I'm very much interested in it. And also, I did want to ask you, Xero, do you ever give blood during rituals?
Yeah. But I think it's like something that you have to really think about, and you have to, I would say, work with the deity without blood. You also have to be careful because if you have a vampiric deity and you feed them blood, like they can want more and more, and that's not something that you want to do. When you use blood in a ritual, that's binding that to you. blood has your information, your DNA, who you are in it. So you have to be very careful when you use blood in a pact, when you use blood in any kind of ritual. But it also gives your ritual a hell of a kick.
That is essential information, that Xero. Thanks for sharing that. Just
Yeah,
for those that
hell of a kick indeed.
Funny,
yes.
funny. The Yahweh thing with the blood is kind of cool. That because, like you were saying, the tetragrammaton being the atom, the geometries of it and everything, in the blood, and the blood cell is a little. If you look at a blood cell, it's not a sphere, but it's like a squished sphere in the middle, which is if you look at my symbol there, that torus shape. It's like a dimpled ball.
Well, like sort of like semi-collapse, Grub, would you say?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a balance point in the middle there. So the tetragrammaton is the same as that, but the spherical or more natural shape, which is in the blood itself. And when you think about that, and you think about Yahweh and the blood magic, then you start to see that Yahweh's got a lot more to do with blood magic and like you said, using these plasmoid blood cells as little messages.
Circumcision.
The very center of that
Circumcision,
torus there is where the DNA is. So when it goes into the spiral in the middle is the DNA. So quite literally, when you're doing tetragrammaton or Yahweh magic, that it would include using these plasmoids in the blood and the DNA. Exactly like you were saying. Yeah, just want to drop that in.
Well, maybe that's why he was so bloodthirsty in the Old Testament.
Yeah, Dr. Robert earlier mentioned that Yahweh is a war god, and a war god will siphon off the blood of the fallen soldiers after a major battle.
That's really interesting, that, Dan, isn't it? Really is.
Explains a lot.
It releases these cells, these blood cells, the life force energy, which is what these plasmoid things are. These tetragrammatons releases them to the environment. Spilled.
A lot of good information coming out tonight. Xero, I do want to ask you a personal question. Are you a heavy metal guy? Is there a particular type of music that you enjoy?
Oh man, I love that question. This is the best question ever. Okay, so I do love nu metal. I do love dubstep. I do love the aggressive stuff. I love the experimental. I don't listen to any country. I don't listen to a lot of rap because it's just so when it comes to different bands, I used to be down with Korn, Slipknot. Let's see. I listened to Linkin Park. There's this band that I listen to now called Sleep Token. I will swear that guy has a relationship with Lilith. The way, if you listen to his lyrics, like they kind of parallel my relationship with Lilith. And he also wears a mask. Like nobody knows what his face looks like. He calls himself Vessel. Like dude is definitely into the magics. He's doing
dark
something.
arts.
Yeah, I mean dark, light. It just depends on how you use it. Let's see. What else do I listen to? Anything that really sounds good, man. Like I grew up listening to different kinds of music, from oldies to rock to even the older rap that was good, like Outkast, where they actually had something to say. So it's not necessarily like I listen to Mastodon. I love Mastodon. Mastodon is epic. Really, all it has to have a message that relates to me. I have to be able to understand the words because I don't listen to that shit where it's just like
it's bad, some of it.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
What about Tool? Do you like Tool?
Love Tool. I love all of Maynard's bands. Tool, Perfect Circle. What's the other one? Pussifer. Like
that's
Maynard's the goddamn.
Do you like Justin Bieber, Xero? Sorry, mate.
I mean,
during that blood magic.
Fever.
I don't necessarily find him as annoying as people make him out to be, but I wouldn't necessarily like go out of my way to listen to his music. Let me put it that way.
Fair enough.
So emotional music, isn't it? You can't watch a movie without music.
Yeah, music can make a movie, Grub, you know, can't it?
That's right. Yeah.
Definitely. All right. Okay. Let's go to each person one more time, and then we will finish off with Xero, and then we'll go ahead and part ways with our guests and head into our new section. So wrap up period. Let's go to each person. Let's start with. Actually, I think we left off at Grub. Grub, did you have questions or comments or anything that you'd like to talk about?
Yeah. When is for your way to say balance or please Lilith, is it paid in dues of emotion or dedication or thought, or is it through ritual, or is it like a sacrifice of drinks or foods or things like this, or is it a what kind of due is balanced between the both of you?
It's a good question, that, Rob.
That's an amazing question. That's an amazing fucking question.
Yeah.
It's a very complex answer because, sometimes I feel like Lilith cycles through her different identities, and each identity wants something different. So, like, you can offer, like, food. You can offer sexual fluids. Sometimes she just wants love. She's like the epitome of a woman where you don't know where where she's coming from. You know what I'm saying? Like she keeps you on your toes.
Always rag week.
Women are from Venus, or they are Venus.
But I mean, I just feel like she genuinely wants you to do the work. She wants you to speak the truth. She definitely wants you to be yourself. She doesn't want you to be fake. She doesn't like fakeness. She doesn't like you lying to yourself. She doesn't like you being fake to others. And that's really what she pushes. And she wants you to understand that, like, you have your own power. Be yourself. Believe in yourself. Like, believe in your own fucking magic. She doesn't like being worshipped. She says she doesn't live in a fucking statue, and she said it that way. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's very important.
She wants you to live your life and live it to the fullest. Like, and not necessarily like go around hurting anybody or anything, but just like be you, grow, learn, embrace the earth, like embrace the divine feminine, but like also balance out with the divine masculine. Like, just don't be a fucknut in general. You know what I'm saying?
So she's like, she wants you to progress. She wants us to progress.
Yeah, she just wants the best for you. I mean, like, sometimes she may come off as dysfunctional, but like, she's like a mother sometimes, where like she wants the best for her children.
Right.
So, all right, let's go ahead and didn't mean to do that. Let's go ahead and I believe Dr. Robert was next, if he's still there. Paging Dr. Robert, you there, buddy?
Paging Doctor. Good one, Dan.
Let's see, Robert, are you there?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. My thing.
All right. Heck yeah.
I'm just saying, it's good. I learned a lot. Thank you. And if you guys want let's follow each other, man. I'm trying to become a member of the community, so let's try to follow each other and share notes and talk and chop it up and grow together.
Network.
I put my career on here. That's for the guests too. Let's just follow each other. Let's try to be tight knit community, man, and help each other out.
Definitely. It's all about unity, all about community, all about exchanging information. I've always believed in that.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like community of the damned, right?
Oh no. Don't say
in
that.
some ways. I mean, like, we do separate ourselves from normal society, so in a sense we do become the damned, but I like it in hell, so fuck it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Man. I'm trying to meet more colleagues, man. It's good fun. You know, you track what you are, and let's try to stay in touch, man, and share and support one another, man. So I put my Twitter handle out there, and Dan has my Twitter handle, man. Let's try to stay in touch, man, and chop notes.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Sound good? Groovy.
Yeah, I mean, like, catch me on Demonosophy and Beyond on YouTube. If you go to the About section, you can find my email address, and you can keep up with me. Like,
yeah, definitely. I'm be working with subconscious realms a lot too, man. So let's try to stay in touch, man.
Yes,
right.
yes,
I mean,
we're
like,
doing a series coming up, aren't we, Doc?
He knows where to find me too. So
yes, yeah.
Dr. Robert's a fantastic guest, and usually his audio is working a bit better too. Fantastic guest.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Xero. When we finish this series with Doc, we'll do something. You know, that will be fascinating conversation.
Oh yeah, just hit me up. You know, I'm always ready when you call upon me.
Yes, I know, mate. I know.
Ride or die.
Yeah.
And moving on, actually, Lee, did you want to go one more time, and then we haven't forgot about you, Clint. I want to touch base with you one more time as well. But Lee, what do you got? Anything left?
As in, plug my show. Is that what you mean?
If you like, I mean, I was going to do plugs later, but if you like to do now, that's totally cool too.
Mate, I am engulfed in the conversation. It is beyond fascinating, especially when you got your different perspectives from the Doc, from Grub, and from Clint. Clint threw a lot. It was a bit of everything, really, which I appreciate.
A lot of good info tonight, indeed.
Yes. I was expecting Todd to be on as well. And what happened to Raven? He was on when
Raven,
I came, and then
I went to him. He did not answer, and then suddenly he was gone. I'm assuming the same thing happened that usually happens. His phone ran out, or it might have been a late hour for him. But we will definitely touch bases with him and find out what went on. Yeah, I was kind of missing Raven too, but we have so many people here. It's like, I mean, the void was kind of filled. Although you can't replace Raven.
Yeah, I mean,
I have to leave right now.
If anything, Dan, and the listeners, I can't recommend this again. Xero's book, Grimoire of Damnation. You need to get it. It's quality.
All right,
so,
and
you've got links on that, haven't you, Xero? If you've not got them, Dan, I'll send them to you because I've got them all. Like from my show notes I've done with Xero.
I don't
have
all
his links.
So.
All right, I've got it all. If you want it, Dan, I can send it over to you.
Definitely, absolutely. I'll purchase one though. I want to make sure that Xero gets some money.
Brilliant. It deserves it as well.
Appreciate that, bro.
Definitely. I mean, I'm an aspiring author myself. I haven't actually completed my book, but I'm kind of the same ilk, and I want everybody to do well, and I want this show to help them sell their books as well. So I know a lot of my guests want to give their stuff away to my listeners for free, but I really recommend that people pay for it because that's how a lot of us are either making our living or trying to make our living. It's all energy. So you give back. I think it definitely counts for something. Moving on, we will talk to you again, Logan. I saw you raising your hand, but let's talk to Clint Aestwood. You there, buddy?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. Well, I guess in the side, I guess what we're talking about is the occultists somewhat, it's just it's like after the occultists took over our country, they created Egyptian artwork, which was like the main obelisk in DC, which was a symbol of the secret word. and that the idea that, well, Xero said he doesn't believe in the secret societies, but I myself was once invited to the Scottish Rite of Masonry, which is the Illuminati, and that, you know, it's like their teachings that people, when you go up to somebody in a bar and you see that they're wearing a ring and you say one of the secret passwords and they say the return phrase, or they expose themselves as what they truly believe, and that the you know, the what goes on in the lodge. There's an old video from Turkey where it showed the one of the rites where there was a pentagram and a goat that they slit the goat's throat and the blood was being drained. If you look up Masonic video caught on camera, or, you know, I know the origin source is from Turkey of the video, but it's like the Masonic organization, the pyramidal structure of, you know, because it's like each headmaster of each secret society is a member of the full open Illuminati, which never says the word Illuminati. And that you know, there was an old form of Mithraism which is part of what I'm speaking about, and you know, all the old pagan mysteries were sort of combined, but like the occultists, it's like they don't build temples with their bricks, they build culture, and that each age is a different religion, and every time the age changes, that there's the new religion that they implement, and they've spoken for so long about these 1,000 years of light and these 1,000 points of light and this great age of light. and when we're speaking about the occultists and the mystery schools, you know, they speak in the Hegelian dialect, and that most of the time when they talk about stuff, they're, you know, speaking in the symbolic form, and it's like a lot of conspiracy theorists will be like, oh, well, the Illuminati isn't real in the 20th century, but if you go to the book 68th Convocation of the Rosicrucian Order, it says specifically that there were 6 points which created the U.S., which this is not anything to do with the founding fathers, which were original Masonry and not Illuminists, but when they overtook what was once a semi-free people, which is a really hard situation because I'm definitely against the slavery and stuff that was practiced in the 1800s and so on, but like it's like their secret societies were implementing this slavery, and they started the KKK. Like Albert Pike was he was one of the top creators of the Klan, and the Klan was KKK means 33, 11 3 times, because K in the Kabbalism is 11, the number 11. And they believe that they are, quote unquote, the Most High, and that they, as initiates, to the uninitiated, they call us chattel, and they call us, you know, that they say we are to be entertained, and that we are to be, you know, it's like all the key figures of societies all across the world are all like, you know, a lot of them are occultists, and this idea of this culture being crafted in these new eras and dispensations where their writings, you know, when if you go to a common hippie festival and you see the flower of life tattoos, and you ask a random person, are you a god and are we all one, we'll say both to yes, because that is the new age religion. and I've known about it for 15 years at minimum. And to know that there's people out here that are believing in this thing that was given to them by these deceivers, you know, because the modern day mystery schools cannot be trusted. You know, they're the same people that paid and organized the Nazis and the fucking communists of Russia and the most evil, disgusting violence and cruelty in human history.
All right, Clint, buddy, let's wrap it up and move on. Good stuff, but let's move forward.
Yeah, nice one, mate.
Yeah, great stuff.
It's like
nice one, Clint, mate.
I really
Go ahead,
have a
Xero.
question, you know, for Clint. It's just like you talk about these things and you're saying, okay, like all this stuff is created by the Illuminati and stuff. And first of all, I do believe that those groups are out there. I never said that I don't believe them. I just said that I don't really get along with any representation that I talk to. And it's just like if you have somebody who goes according to their gnosis and reads these books, but they're not killers and they're not trying to do anything, and they try to preach peace and harmony, like what does it matter what you believe in? That's
exactly.
what I don't
we all have our own beliefs. We all
I mean,
have our own beliefs.
that's just as bad as like Christianity saying like if you don't believe the way I do, like you're wrong. You know what I'm saying?
You've got a point there, Xero, actually.
Like you're saying, okay, all this stuff I don't believe in it. And I respect that. Like you're free to believe whatever the fuck you want. Like I'm down for that. But like I just don't understand like why you have a problem with somebody who says this is what I experience, this is what I believe, and they're not trying to kill anybody or trying to fuck anything up.
Yeah. Spot on that, Xero. You know, we've all got our own beliefs, and we all I respect everybody else's beliefs, and you know that's what makes having these conversations so fascinating.
Hey, Clint, you can feel free to respond to that. He was addressing you, so if you'd like to go one more time, that's fine with me.
Oh well, it's just that, you know, it's like when I was a kid, it was like, you know, I sensed that parents and stuff wanted me to act a specific way and to do certain things. And as a rebel, I would always do the exact opposite because I hated the fact that people were trying to control me and that I wanted to be truly free. And when I see people that believe these things that are that was talked about, that I learned about so long ago, and that to see it all come to reality where people are believing in this thing, because I've been against religion for so long, and you know, this is the same old tune with you know, a parental unit in a way that's been, you know, indoctrinating mankind with its beliefs, because you know, and it's like I believe that we should go back to the roots. Finding the roots is the answer, not adopting this new thing that was given to us by these philosophers of fire.
And I agree with you on that level. That's why I say you should be a historian. Instead of going to these grim wars, you should study history.
Well, the thing about it is that to me, you know, without going into extreme details, you know, spell is a culture, and you know, it's like when you take the psychedelics, you see through the culture, and you see that these belief systems are, it's like in the Amazon jungle there's a phrase, it's called oh damn it, I forget the word, but the word meant a disease made of words, and that the only way you could be infected by this disease was to know the language, and if you didn't know the language, you couldn't become infected by this thing that the Native Americans in the jungle in South America were you know, they were aware that this was a threat, that this these words, this perversion of language, and these it's like in the ancient world, the two religions, the one great religion went into two places. One was shamanism, and the other was these star cults and secret societies and churches, and they follow these dogmatic stories, and their cultures, though, all like it's like all these cultures that are highly religious all have the same type of symptoms, where there's like human depravity in some form, or like a classism where if you're not a Catholic, then you're frowned upon, like how all my Catholic friends haven't hung out for the last 10 years because I'm not a Catholic, I'm not good enough, but like it's like these it's like there's this thing happening right now where everybody's being manipulated, and right now there's this huge tidal wave of all this hatred going on that's being created by these great alchemists. And that I'm all pro good stuff, but it's like it's like right now we're at a cultural battlefront where we need to make sure the language is defined precise so that we don't become victims of these diseases made of words.
That's why, Clint, we all have our own beliefs. But just because
it's not about
my belief is different than yours, it doesn't mean that I'm wrong.
People can think that they're living that they're living in their own universe, until you're in the hood and somebody comes up and tries to jack you for your wallet, and fucking or you're in the woods and some fucking wild animal comes charging at you.
Clint, couldn't magic be used for good?
Well, that's the thing, is that the secret societies and the mystery schools, they all practice something that isn't magic. And the only place I've ever found real magic was the ancient shamanic cultures with the psychedelics and these ancient dancing and singing techniques that were involved with the psychedelics.
But I mean, even with the psychedelic culture. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Xero. You're the guest. Please speak.
Well, I'm just saying that magic is subjective. Like it differs from person to person, and these things that they're using are tools that are based off of the old magics. So it's still magic. And I'll tell you one thing that Belial once told me. He said, "Use their lies and the truth against your enemies." So it's like, why not take the tools that they've created and use them for your own ends? Like, it doesn't have to be evil.
This shamanism is actually rooted in Tenganism. Tenganism is the religion that the Mongolians followed. So Genghis Khan took over the world. So in their beliefs, that the 0 point has a negative side and a positive side. 0 is just the middle point. It's not the beginning.
Well, are you talking about Eros, the Escatron, or Escalon? Isn't that the Greek? The beginning and the end? Or
yeah, it's exactly what Tenganism is exactly what shamanism is from the Mongolian country.
I've only particularly studied, I've delved into all the forms of shamanism, but I've only particularly studied the psychedelic ones because of they were saying that
the Mongolian shamans did the same.
Well, hold on. They were saying that they were using the psychedelics to find plant medicines for cures, and that they were talking to these plant spirits which could tell them where to hunt, or where it's like they were using it for wisdom, and it was a tool for humanity which guided certain cultures farther than others with plant medicines, like how the Amazon jungle has 40,000 species of plants per acre, but regular places only have like 5,000 species of plants per acre. And for the Amazon jungle people to take this ayahuasca and the chacruna leaf, which are two plants that do nothing by themselves, but when combined they create this extreme psychedelic drink, and that for them to know these 2 plants out of 40 or 50,000 plants per acre is, when they ask how they found the plants, they tell you that they found the plants to make the ayahuasca from the mushrooms. The mushroom told them how to make the ayahuasca.
Brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, good stuff, guys. We are at the 2.5 hour mark. I do want to get things wrapped up here. Let's go to Logan one more time. Logan, anything that you would add to anything that you have left? Do you have anything left? Sorry.
Well, everything's kind of been touched upon. I just wanted to throw out an invite to anyone who's got some spare time. I kind of wanted to do a fun little ritual to bend reality, and I didn't know if anyone wanted to join. After this, of course, I'm not saying I'm right now. Apart from that, great podcast. Thanks for coming on, and I don't know, it was pretty fun to listen to. But yeah, I just want to throw an invite to anyone who wanted to join me. Basically, what's just going to entail is I'll be showing and displaying a series of images, frequencies, music, sounds, images, colors, words, sequencing of events, poetry and motion, stuff like that. That's the big encapsulation of it. But basically, it'd be a reality bending ritual. I just want to see what effects other people notice apart from myself. Because every time I go to do these damn rituals, I end up in a mini pocket dimension or in a time loop, or I'm stuck living the same day over and over again, or I'll go to a reality where there is no life at all.
Logan, is the music side of it, is that one of the main contributors to the ritual?
It's one of the main components to a certain extent,
right, okay.
Just because I need something to focus on in order for me to pull it out of the ether to Earth.
Right. Yeah. I thought that. No, because it's when you did that little example for me last week, it was just music, and I thought that is this what it is, or have you gone? But now I know it is. That's one of the tools you're using, I guess.
Man, well, I don't want to be trapped in the liminal space.
Get a lot of data out of just hearing someone speak in English, or would you want me to show you a video that perfectly encapsulates what I'm trying to envision? But yeah,
I get that, but without knowing beforehand, it was just music, and I thought, because you did a video with it as well, weren't you? Like, which was smart. You put the video on Dan's show last week with Todd as well, and it was quite impressive, that video. How you throw it all together.
Yeah, I would have played it, but YouTube and the copyright issues and stuff like that. Yeah. But let's go ahead and wrap things up. I don't want to keep our guests too long. Xero, thank you so much for joining the program, but I want to let you go ahead and jump on the soapbox one more time, like I like to do with all my guests, and just say whatever you would like to say to my audience out there. Have some final words for everybody out there, and please follow that up with everything and anything that you would like to plug.
All right. Well, I mean, basically, practice love, practice unity, believe what the fuck you want. Hit me up on Demonosophy and Beyond. I've got 3 years, 2003? No, 2023, my bad. Yeah, I've got 3 years worth of videos. If you want to see my journey as I've grown spiritually, definitely check that out. The link for my book, Grimoire of Damnation, is on the About page on my YouTube channel. If you want to get in touch with me personally, my email address is derelictdemon.com, all one word. And I mean, have fun with your magic. Don't take it too seriously.
All right. Very cool. Xero, it was great having you on, and I would definitely like to touch bases with you in the future, see what new you have going on, and get you back on here for a part 2.
I'll be around, man. I loved it. This is great, talking to all these different people and talking to the people that listen to your podcast. Love all of you.
I appreciate that very much. All right. Until next time, my friend, you have a good night.
You too.
All right, that was Xero. Oh man, what a great little get together we've had so far. I am going to go to break. I do need to use the bathroom. Anybody that's on panel, feel free to stick around. We're going to head into our after show, news, sports, everything in between. We'll definitely do some wrap up period. But for now, let's go ahead and so I can descramble my brain. I notice I'm starting to talk weird.
Dan,
So I could descramble my brain. What was that, Lee?
Dan, thank you very much for the invite again, mate.
Absolutely. What is it, 5 a.m. where you're at, or 6 a.m.?
It is at 4:35 a.m.
Oh, dang. 4:35. You should go to sleep, buddy.
I know, mate. I'm a bit fucking goose-like, but yeah, I really appreciate the invite. Always a pleasure speaking to you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Did you want, before you hop off, did you want to go ahead and throw some plugs out?
Yeah, I can. Thanks, mate. Subconscious Realms. I think I'm on all platforms now. Most of them, anyway.
Nice.
Email subconsciousrealms@gmail.com. Instagram is @subcon_realms33, and Twitter is @subconrealms33. Drop me an email or add us up on Twitter or Instagram, and
catch up with him on the Twitter.
Yeah, Twitter.
The dirty Twitter.
But yeah,
right.
Thanks, Dan. Really
Absolutely,
appreciate
Lee.
it, mate.
Yeah, always good to have you around, man. It's always good to have you on panel, especially.
Thank you. Thanks, mate. And I'd like to get you on my show again soon, please.
Absolutely. I've got some new stuff cooking.
Oh, nice one, mate. And Subconscious Rising.
Ah, yeah. I almost got Lux on here with us, but he had like a last minute thing, but I almost had both of you guys on.
Yes, mate. I can't wait for it, mate.
He says send him another invite next week, so try again. Maybe you can make it too.
Yes, mate. Yeah, I will definitely, mate.
All right. Sounds good. All right, get some sleep, buddy. Or stay on. It's up to you.
I might do, mate, but if I end up going, I love you, Dan. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Love you too, brother. All right, I'm going to go ahead and, absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and play some music and hop off just to use the bathroom, grab a snack to eat. I will talk to you guys soon.
Yes, mate. Grub, Clint, Logan. Nice one, gentlemen.
Raising consciousness and awakening mankind. This is End of Days Radio.
We are live!
Fuck, man, I'm so far out of fucking tune with this. I don't know what's up, I can't get it. I just can't find it. You're not recording right now, man? Yeah. Fuck, you know, it's gonna play that same round.
We are live!
What the fuck was that? Weird. Fuck it up, man.
Here I am left standing. I never had a gun. I'm still standing here now. Am I the only one? I can hear your footsteps. They always surround me. Just give me one good reason that I should believe. The end of days. Days. End of days. Radio show. That's on. Yeah. Let's check it out. Let's see how it sounds.
Welcome back, everybody, to the end of days. I turned the lights on. It was getting pretty dark. I can't really see my keyboard when it's that dark. Finished the pepperoni stick. Used the bathroom. I feel incredibly refreshed. Boy, what a great interview with Xero. My God, my spine is still tingling from that entire affair. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Love it. I do have quite a bit to talk about. Oh boy. Let's start with our mind-blowing moment of the day. Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. You're blowing my mind. Mind-blowing moment of the day. I'm going to say it was when Xero was talking about like people seeing different versions of him. That's a trip. Imagine that. Somebody just got back from Comic-Con and they're like, I just saw you. And maybe he's not even into comic books. Maybe he is, but imagine that. I've actually had that happen to me where somebody, I kind of started talking about this earlier, but somebody mentioned they saw like a clone of me, but I guess it was making like a weird face, like it was going, oh, doing this like Don Knotts sort of like little circular thing with his mouth, and he had like these black eyes. I'm thinking, what the fuck is that? Is that some kind of like demonic clone or some kind of shapeshifter or something like that? Pretty freaky stuff. But I did enjoy that, especially when people comment that they've had similar experiences. I absolutely love that because I mean, what's more confirming of paranormal / supernatural activity than when not just one person, but multiple people have had the exact same experience? That's got to be, as good as it gets in terms of having some kind of proof. Oh, looks like we still have one person left. Clint, you still there? Clint. He must be AFK. We'll see if he shows back up. Clint, if you return, shoot me a message in the chat box because I'm gonna mute you because I think I hear you snoring. But shoot me a message and I will get you back on here because I'm sure you have a lot to say. And in fact, we might even just like get you on as a guest, which is what I originally wanted to do, but that didn't quite work out. But he has a lot to say. We'll talk to him more in depth at a later time. We've been on air for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Damn, time flies. These guys were having an absolute crazy discussion going on. Oh, looks like he's back. All right.
Oh, were you sorry, I was doing something real quick.
No worries.
Were you talking to me or no?
Oh, I was seeing if you were there.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that.
How are you doing?
Oh, I was just giving the cat some water.
Still hanging in there. You sound really sick, man. I know it's just like
no, I'm not sick. There was some dogs and I was petting them and I got really bad allergies.
Yeah, what I do when that happens, because I've got a little bit of a dog allergy myself, I just like wash my hands real good, wash my face really good. And I know it still doesn't always work. I'll usually pop like a Benadryl.
Yeah. I mean, I was like also chiefing on a bowl too.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What better way to get rid of those allergies than smoke a
I drank a lot of Red Bulls earlier.
Okay. So you're all jacked up on like 50 different chemicals. I approve.
Well, I also had espresso too, so.
Whoa. Getting close to heart attack.
It's just I don't know. Technically, I've got asthma. I couldn't live without some kind of chemical like asthma inhaler or
Sure. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I've got some issues like that myself, and it's tough. Like just keeping up with the other boys during recess and stuff like that.
Yeah, the subjects. I mean, it is also really overwhelming to try to regurgitate, the research, and it's like the William Cooper research is. I mean, his shows were so revealing about the mystery schools, and it's a really long subject and a very serious one because of the world powers who are implementing this paper money society that's with inflation they're robbing us, with unconstitutional taxes they're robbing us. It's like there's people in prison right now who are working for less than $1 an hour, making products that people use every day and have no idea that it's made in prisons by people.
Yeah, how is that legal? I mean, if I commit a crime, why is it part of my? Does a judge sit there and say, "Oh, I'm going to sentence you to 30 years of slave labor"? I don't think
the martial law comes into effect because the Constitution says there can be no cruel and unusual punishment. And I would consider that cruel and unusual punishment.
Sure, slave labor. I don't think anybody wants to work for free, especially me.
Plus,
I really want to work for money.
It's like in the 1800s, they realized that their whole, physical enslavement of humanity could no longer work because of the outrises of the original secret societies, which were for the benefit of mankind. And that it's like there's clauses in the Constitution which the coinage clause, which says no state shall tender in payment of debt anything but gold or silver coin. And that clause is protected by the supremacy clause, which says anything in conflict with the Constitution is notwithstanding in law. And it's like, okay, if we have a constitutional republic, quote unquote, then how is it that there is no gold and silver coins and everybody believes in this paper money bullshit? Like the paper money is like Freeman used to say, the paper money is like a spell. It's like people believe in this. It's like in the ancient world, they considered banking like magic.
Yeah, Like how
fractional
is it that
banking.
we're going backward where these guys knew that using other forms of currency besides those precious metals was a bad thing? How do we go backwards and suddenly we're not
Well,
only back to that, but now we have like
I
this
mean,
whole thing
that's kind
with
of
crypto.
it's like they took over America in the 18. I mean, for sure in the Act of 1871, but like
Jekyll Island and all that.
yeah, it's like that whole like the conspiracy about the Titanic and it sinking and the people that were stopping the Federal Reserve from coming into effect, and that the international banksters were and all the international banksters are all members of these secret societies. Like what's his name, he was called the banker of God. His name was damn it, I forget what, somebody Google his name.
The
Hold on.
banker of God. I've got
Yeah,
computer in front of me.
I'll Google it real quick. His name was Roberto Calvi.
Oh, okay. I
He
got
was
to
the
it.
banker for the Pope, and he was a member of the Propaganda Duo Lodge of Freemasonry. And it's funny because my friend Jamie Hanshaw, her boyfriend is this Jay Dyer dude, and he was just talking about this subject that I've been nailing to the wall for the last 10 years because of the Cooper research. But like, it's like the P2 Propaganda Duo Lodge of Italy, which was a Masonic lodge. They were all the Pope's hitmen and stuff. Like all the lodge of it's like European Freemasonry was all atheists and murderers and stuff. But like the American Freemasons were against the Mithraism and they were for archaeology. Like they wrote about how the Native Americans were practicing different forms of Freemasonry, and they were astonished. Like they thought that must have came from the great builders of before. And like the but the European Masons are all speculative Masons and use the classism, Mithraism as a tool to enslave humanity. And the founding fathers were against that. And like some of the founding fathers were against slavery, and then other ones were like double agents in a way, because nobody knows if Thomas Jefferson was truly good or not, even though he said such good quotes, because his correspondence letters with Adam Weishaupt, the leader of the Bavarian Illuminati.
Well, yeah, Thomas Jefferson, he was another one of these guys that, I mean, pretty much all those founding fathers were all wrapped up in Masonry, all that. Interesting, because I actually got in a huge argument with a Freemason the other day, and we had a totally different take on two different takes on Masonry. I mean, I can say that I'm against it. I'm probably going to offend people by saying that, but to me, it seems like a pretty creepy organization that
the modern form. That's why I couldn't join like 15 years ago or so. I mean, when I was offered the honorary membership or whatever because of something I wrote, it was like, oh my God, like this amazing opportunity to possibly, have a real life and stuff. But then it was like, I knew about the blood oaths, the rumors of them fucking goats, the witchcraft, the pagan.
Well, they call Masonry the craft. I mean, that tells you all you need to know.
It's like really. the story of Mephistopheles, where the guy signs his name in blood. Like, there's a William Cooper episode where he's like making a impression of it, like, oh, sign it in blood. It's pretty funny, but he elaborates on the Mephistopheles thing and how that was like a common person's rumor about Freemasonry and the European Mithraism, them selling selling themselves to the Brotherhood.
Yeah, I mean, if you talk to a Mason, like they all kind of say the same things. I mean, if they feel like they're being attacked and you're putting stuff out there that has to do with what like a lot of people would call conspiracy, even to us it's truth, they have all these pre-plan things that they will say and use as rebuttals. Like they actually devote a lot of time to this, and they have members of Masonry whose job pretty much is to go online and debunk stuff about the Masons.
It's just like Scientology. It's like the backbone of all these, like Scientology, Mormonism, all these different organizations. The backbone is the mystery schools, and like Scientology, the secret of that, the writer of that Millennium Show exposed it in that episode about Scientology, where the initiates of Scientology believed that L. Ron Hubbard was God.
Yeah. See, once the founder or cult leader or whatever starts saying they are God, that's when I tune out. I mean, like,
that's where, there's this weird relationship between socialism and communism and the mystery schools of the royal families, where they created it, and it's a fruit of the mystery schools to enslave humanity, and like it's all written in the Hegelian dialect, and the words are all changed. And like how I was telling you about the definition of Borghese, where the Borghese, what it says in the 1800s dictionaries, everyone you can find, it'll say middle class or common person, but in modern times they say no, it means upper class or the rich. And it's like, well, if Marx lived in the 1800s, and if you take every dictionary up to, I've got a dictionary in person because I looked at PDFs, but my physical dictionary, it was a 1966 Webster's dictionary, and it specifically said Borghese meant common person or middle class. And fucking the occultists twist the words to, it's just like any politician. They'll say whatever you want to hear just to get you in their back pocket.
Well, that's part of the game, because in order to keep control over us, they have to accomplish several things: short lifespans, the removal of all past knowledge and faith and religion, whatever cultural crap that any society has going on, they have to completely remove that because that links them to the past. And then, just straight up using religion and stuff like that, whatever they replace it with, to program everybody and keep them on the exoteric side of things.
Yeah, like the communists, they don't believe in religion or God, or they want to destroy religion because they don't want man to have faith that he can escape communism.
Yeah, they're all about the state. Like, you worship the state. Like, if you're in China, like they attack stuff like traditional stuff. I mean, they have to allow some of it.
All the people in the Asian countries all have pictures of their leader, and they think that their leader doesn't shit or eat, and like fucking is God, basically. And like, that is
Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, that's like a generic form of the whole God king ruler of ancient Egypt, where the real God king ruler is the Pope, and it is, that's why the Pope in Latin means door, like Jordan Maxwell says, where he's the door to God, and the cardinal means hinge and all this. But like, it's like Jordan Maxwell was like this student of Manly P. Hall. I'm sure you knew that, but like, it's like he was a student, and he did do great work on exposing the secret societies and the communism. But it's like William Cooper seems to have went further with the Freemasonry and the New World Order research, then, because I've listened to so much conspiracy, and it's like at one point 15 years ago, this dude challenged me, and he was a William Cooper researcher, and he was like, prove chemtrails are real. This is how long I've had a YouTube, 15 years. And I'm like, fuck you, they're real. I've listened to so many things about them, and like, there's barium and all that stuff. And then like, he's like, well, prove it. And so I'm like digging through patents, and I spent weeks trying to prove this motherfucker wrong, because I believed the chemtrails were real, to the point where I even wrote letters to congressmen and shit. And like fucking, and then this dude that commenting is, he just blows me out of the water. Like, oh, that's bullshit. That's not real proof, and it's like, I'm saying to myself, that isn't real proof. And it's like, fuck. And then it's like, I hear William Cooper in the episodes. He's like, oh, what's wrong with America? Look in the mirror, and it's like, it's like fuck, you know, like
Well, a lot of these guys, a lot of these Masons, like these people that come and argue with me, they'll use the founding fathers and America as a nation to kind of give this like altruistic feel to what they're doing. My immediate response is, hey, I'm a proud American. I love my country, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm sure the people that lived here first, like the Native Americans, when it used to be Amaracas, I think that they probably didn't like the fact that their lands were taken away and all the buffalo were killed and all these diseases were given to them. And they were forced to go to these crappy schools where they'd get like beat on and forced to assimilate. Coming from their perspective, it's a bunch of horseshit.
Well, that's why I was talking about earlier in the chat about how there was a letter to like G.W. Snyder, I think his name was. He's a priest, and this priest wrote a letter to William Cooper or to George Washington, and it said, "Have you read the book Proofs of a Conspiracy by John J. Robinson?" And George Washington replied with, you know, yeah, I'm aware of it and blah, blah. And then they start talking about Freemasonry. And then George Washington is like, well, I haven't frequented the lodge in 30 years because Jacobinism and the Illuminati took the lodge over. And then in the words of Albert Mackey in the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry and a number of other reference works, he specifically says the Scottish Rite is Illuminism. And that's where the research of the old degrees of Freemasonry and how it was related to Christianity, but the new degrees weren't, and that they were, and it's really complicated, but it also has to do with tarot cards and the oldest temple, the temples that the Templars built, like Lorenz Chateau, which shows this depiction of it shows the depiction of Jesus with 4 constellations. One is Aquarius, the angel. The other is a lion, which is Leo, and then the other is a bull, which is Taurus, and then the other one's a hawk, which in Egyptian is Scorpio. And so it's showing these 4 symbols on this vesica, a symbol of 2 intersecting circles. And
I think a hawk might actually that could be linked to Horus too.
Well, that's where the tarot card number 21 has those 4 symbols with a vesica, but in the center of the vesica, instead of being Jesus, it's a woman, and that's where this that's where there's this, but on the symbol of the tarot card, the bottom 2 symbols are reversed, and what I'm speaking about though is a remnant of this ancient thing that, you know, I've been trying to get a hold of, you know, I've been trying to nail it down on paper for like years, trying to figure out this mystery of this weird link between ancient Freemasonry and Christianity, where like in the Bible sense, the word Jesus was referred to as the chief cornerstone, or the stone the builders refused. And then in Freemasonry, Hiram Abiff is also the same 2 phrases. I never understood why until I found out that Hiram Abiff was a symbol story about Lazarus becoming John, and that he was also called Didymus, or twin, because he was taught this mystery religion by the supposed Jesus himself. And that's,
you mean like the Book of John or John the Revelator, or both?
John of Revelations, because the book itself is all written in the esoteric tongue. It's like there's a spot in it where it's specifically speaking about this thing with brass feet, and it's describing this thing with and a sword coming out of its mouth. But I mean, it's hard to go through all the links, but like it relates to this ancient statue of a brass lion which had green feet, or which was a green lion, which it's like the link of alchemy, Christianity, and Freemasonry, and the but this ancient thing though, it seemed to have been buried because all the Masons admit that the secret word stuff is or in the old books, the Masonic Encyclopedia and all these other lexicons and such, they speak about how they dance around these subjects, and they don't actually know what, and sometimes they will admit that they don't actually know what it was, and that the mystery was lost. And that's where we come in, because we want to find this lost thing, and like really find it, not just play around and pretend like we're researching, but really dig into the books. We've got
Yeah, I mean, I could tell you my take on it real quick, Clint. Like, I mean, I'm sure you see me on Twitter. I talk about Enki a lot. Like, that's a subject that I'm, really interested in. And there's a book that I read many, many years ago called "The Gods of Eden" by a fellow named William Bramley. And this is one of the most, like, the best UFO books of all time, best
it's
ancient
like a
astronauts
Zachariah
book.
Sitchin type book, or
Yeah, exactly. But I would say it's a different perspective for sure.
pre
But
Zechariah
basically,
or after?
what's that?
Pre Zechariah or after?
Ooh, I'd have to go check the year on that. But basically, in the beginning of the book, he talks about how all the mystery schools originally started as one mystery school called the Brotherhood of the Serpent, which was started by Enki. In between then and now, just like what you were saying earlier when we had our guest on, these mystery schools were corrupted by dark, deceitful forces, and that's that falls right in line with what you were saying.
Yeah, it's like in Babylon, they were practicing a form of shamanism, which it's like in Egypt, this form of shamanism. It's like every grave had an acacia tree buried by it, and the acacia tree was DMT containing tree in the bark, and that.
Oh wow!
And then when you link the old origins of that mystery with the Hindu mysteries, and you link it to Soma, and Soma had a best friend, and Soma was a symbol of, some say, the Amanita muscaria, but others speculate other plants, but anyways, Soma was a symbol of this thing. And then Soma's best friend was the Syrian rue seed in the symbology. And the Syrian rue seed is a MAO inhibitor, which if mixed with any psychedelic thing whatsoever, will amplify it like 100%. It's like,
yeah, that's also in line with the illusion mysteries.
Yeah, like like Michael, like Terrence McKenna points out, how Michael also meant mycel in Greek, in which is like mycelium, and that Michael was like a word for the mushroom. This like, and you go through the mushroom lore and stuff, and the mushroom names, and you find so many mushrooms named at with angel names, like the death angel mushroom, or it's like, have you read the book the book
Sacred Mushroom?
Yeah, by John Allegro.
I haven't read it. I've read excerpts from it. I'm definitely aware of it.
But he also has some videos on YouTube where he elaborates on the book, and that he says that each angel was a mushroom, a different species, and that it's like in the shamanism, each plant seems to have its own entity or something, and like it's like the mushrooms are some kind of ancient helper to humanity in a way, but at the same time, they can be, to people who are unworthy, they can be dangerous, because it's like there's this Japanese thing called damn, what's that word, where they stab themselves in the stomach.
Seppuku, harikari.
Yeah, seppuku, and that
I'm Japanese, by the way, a quarter.
Oh yeah. That's thing that they were doing. The Japanese were practicing this mushroom shamanism, and in that same time in the South America, the Aztec warriors were practicing the mushroom shamanism, and they were ingesting large amounts of chocolate, and then the ones who weren't worthy were stabbing themselves in the stomach, just like the Japanese.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so like there's these correlations where it's very strange, where it's like it's like in the old rites of the mystery schools, the challenges were people didn't always make it through the degrees. Like it's like this one episode William Cooper talks about how they would have to go into a boat in the middle of the sea and survive, and like or the whole I don't know if the lion's den thing is symbolic or a real story, but there's symbolic. I believe that the biblical story of Daniel getting thrown in the lion's den is a symbol of this ancient Freemasonry, where in the oldest depictions of Greece, he's holding his hands up in the Masonic sign for help, and that he's surrounded by lions, but yet he's not eaten. And that's because in the biblical terms, it's like when in the Greek story of Lazarus, there's a verse where it says, he's dead, and then one of the initiates or the apostles was like, well, let's all go die with him. And it's like, well, why does it say that? And the only explanation could be is that he was initiated into this secret society, and that they wanted to be initiated as well, because in the secret societies, when you're initiated, you're quote unquote born again. And that's where the whole grip of the lion's paw thing comes into play.
Yeah, there's also the connection between Hercules or Heracles and the lion that he was dealing with as well. I mean, I don't know if they're directly related, but I think there must be something there.
Well, I believe that was part of like an antique culture takeover where they were like, oh, let fuck this lion shit. Let's have our god destroy their god and skin it alive and fucking wear its skin. Because in all the depictions of Hercules, he's wearing a lion's skin. And that the Egyptian equivalent, he's also wearing a lion's skin, which the Egyptian equivalent is Horus.
Okay, in that case, I mean, I've heard people say that Hercules and Christ and Horus like are the same person, or you have to wonder, because like we were talking earlier, this thing about the elite being hybrids. I mean, maybe they just say that as a form of mind control. Like, how is it? Which is it? Did the chicken come first or the egg? You know what I'm saying? Like, pretty much everything can be perceived with that duality.
Oh, I mean, the supernatural aspect. I mean, I don't particularly partake, but I don't believe in certain things. But it is strange that the secret societies believe that this is one of the reasons why I never joined, is because they believed that they were transferring some type of spirit into the initiate. And that's why there's people that literally say that are members of the secret societies that will, like, there's a video of this Shriner guy and he says, I am Lucifer. And he's saying that because that's what he believes. And that's what the mystery schools teach. And that,
well, I can tell you that, I mean, from my experiences experimenting with Luciferianism, when you delve deep into it and you summon or invoke the spirit of Lucifer, the eventuality is that you start to believe that you are Lucifer. That's why you have a lot of these freaking like crazy possessed people going around saying, I'm Lucifer, I'm Lucifer. It's literally like a huge part of Luciferianism. I'm not going to pretend like I freaking understand it, but I've noticed it. I've noticed the pattern. It's weird. It's weird shit.
That's because it is the new age religion. And that's why I brought up Baha'ism earlier, because, and I'm not even pro any religion or anything. It's just that I know that there's archaeological conspiracy against quote unquote original Christianity, which is linked to Freemasonry, and that the new age leaders of all these occult movements, specific, like William Cooper goes through all these quotes and he's like, I don't have to use my words to destroy these people. I'll use their own words against them. And he quotes these high adepts of the secret societies who say what they would do to the masses with the indoctrination. And that's why I brought up on Twitter about Aleister Crowley and the Aeon of Horus and what's going on in culture right now with all the most, I don't even like to talk about the subject because it's fucked up, but
Sure, but I'm with you in terms of my take is that this stuff started out as good. That's why I partake in magic. That's why I'm into it, because I believe that it was originally good, but then it was corrupted by these deceivers that just twisted everything and made it all about fucking pedophilia and all about controlling people and just hoarding all the wealth and just terrible, awful, vile stuff. They're just vile.
Yeah, they take all things and turn them up in reverse. They reverse things, and it's like how the Nazis took the Buddhist symbol of the good sun or whatever, and they reversed the image, just like how a pentacle, a right side up star, is reversed and considered the dark side. And it's like in Freemasonry, in the Scottish Rite Lodge, if you look at the rings, the oldest rings all have a right side up triangle, while the newer rings have an upside down triangle, which
weird.
And the it's like the symbol of the double-headed eagle, where it's like well, I mean, I guess a really good way to explain it is when I seen that movie Snowpiercer, I could tell that it was written by someone who was possibly a member of the mystery schools, because of the symbology of the leader of the poor people being cooperating with the leader of the rich people in the front of the train, and how they had the symbol of a person being a gear or a cog in the machine. And that symbology, each initiate of these mystery schools is a cog in this machine made out of words that the alchemists built and was turned into the dark side.
Yeah, that is a trip indeed. But Clint, unfortunately, I have to let you go finally because I'm getting tired and I'm going to bring this show to a close very soon.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Did you want to plug your social media or say any last words to all the listeners out there?
Well, it's like the dark side occultists. They have done everything they can to dismantle what the founding fathers of the country made, which was a contract called the Constitution, which was used to limit the power of government so there could be a free people. And like it's like they've dug tooth and nail to destroy that and bring about their new world order. And that phrase, you used to be able to go to the UN website and type in that phrase in quotes, and 1,000 articles would pop up. And like it's like I knew about Agenda 21 in 2007, and I spoke against it in 2007, and nobody listened to me. And years later, when Corona first happened, somebody came up to me, actually 2 people came up to me, and they were like, on separate occasions, and they were like, how did you know about that? How did you know they would create this? Because I speculated that they would create some sort of panic type state where there would be some sort of national emergency to restrict constitutional rights, such as the right to religion, the right to travel, the right to, assemble. And that it's like they're working it's like every plank of the Communist Manifesto, which was created by these dark occultists under the British Anglo-Saxon protocols of the Elders of Zion, because the British, German, Anglo-Saxons believe that they are the true, quote unquote, true Jewish people. And that's why, and there's like a perversion in modern conspiracy where all these racist people think that Zionism is something to do with Jewish people, when it's not at all. It's about the royal families. And that it's like the Communist Manifesto is something created by the most evil royal families in history, and that every plank of it has been implemented in America besides the disarmament plank. And they're working everything they can do to disarm the American people because they can't implement the full thing because they don't, because they know that they couldn't openly invade our country. So they took it from within, just like Nikita Khrushchev said in the UN Council 70 years ago when him and his friend banged their shoes on the desks and said, "We will bury America from within." And that video has been washed from the internet, period. Like, because these people are running the show. All media is ran by them. All the internet is washed on a daily basis by bots that scrub certain data from the internet because they don't want,
that's true.
They don't want people to know the truth about the economic enslavement and what they have in store for the common person.
But hey, let's take a break here, and then I wanted to get you on here like as an actual guest. So let's pause it for now and pick it up, and hopefully you could kind of make it on here as a main guest.
Oh yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, awesome. Well, until then, and we'll do that as soon as possible, of course. I will talk to you later, my friend.
Take it easy.
Peace. Okay. And I apologize for that because, I have enough sense to know that a lot of people are probably really into that because that was some really good stuff he was going off, and he's got a lot to say and some very deep knowledge there. And I would go forever and keep listening to him, but it's been almost 3.5 hours and I do work a 9-to-5 schedule, so I don't want to throw myself too off of my sleep habits and stuff like that. Plus, I've been in the habit of doing like these 5-hour shows, and I always hear how much people love them, and I do try to do a longer show to stick to that. But boy, consider it from the perspective of somebody new finding the show and they see that there's 5 hours. Like, how many people are really going to commit that amount of time to listening to to listening the first time? I mean, maybe they'll go back and they'll listen to the rest as they're like during the work week. And I love that. I love that I'm putting enough content out there to kind of keep people busy with it. While they're on their way to work or on their way home, use the Bluetooth, whatever. But it's tough maintaining a schedule like that. I'd rather do a show every day. Like, I'd rather do a show 5 days a week and do like a 3-hour show, 3-4 hour show. I think that would be like a perfect balance, but I got to get those donations up, right? So please donate to End of Days Radio. To donate through PayPal or Bitcoin, go to endofdaysradio.com. Thank you so much to everybody that has donated in the past. You guys have made this show possible. You've made it possible for me to continue doing this show. But I really want to meet that goal of being able to just do this show. And I haven't been able to do it yet. People have called me out saying, "Daniel, you're promising to do more shows. You're going to do this and you're going to do that." I'm sorry. I have to work full time. And a lot of times in this current climate, I'm barely making it. That's just me being honest. I'm not the type of person to like come out here and brag about making money and stuff like that. Partly because I don't make that much money. I don't have anything to brag about, but it's okay with me. Like, am I a huge financial success? Probably not. Am I moderately successful in some things? Yeah, probably, but whatever. It's fine. I'm not materialistic in that way. I would rather listen to the words of Jesus Christ, who is still, a big part of my life. I'm, despite all the stuff that I'm into, I believe whatever the origin is or whoever Christ was, he had the truth. And I don't intend to forget that. I think that's as close as you can get to the words of God. And if you think about it and you read what he has to say, like, that pisses some people off. Like, "Oh, Jeebus, what are you pushing that stuff?" But have you actually sat down and listened to his words? Have you read his words? Have you really researched the whole story? Or are you just coming from like this background where things were forced on you and you never actually read what he had to say, but you hated it from the beginning because you were forced. I mean, that's kind of my experience. But maybe there's some evil there that does that for a reason, right? Maybe something's trying to separate you from this truth. Who knows? But I'm definitely open to all kinds of stuff, obviously. And, you know, some people get scared of me or scared of this show, or they say, oh, Daniel's becoming corrupted, or he has demons inside of him. Enki's a demon, or you know, all kinds of stuff. No, I do not invoke Enki. I do think there's entities out there that claim to be Enki and claim to be Jesus and claim to be God and claim to be Lucifer and claim to be Satan. And of course, they're not all telling the truth. But does that mean that there is no Enki or there is no Jesus? No, that's not what it means either. You got to get past that like binary thinking where you're either into this stuff or you're just shit scared of it. Because neither of those perspectives are the truth. If there's anything I've learned, it's that. This stuff has given me freedom. It has given me intellectual honesty. It has given me a type of illumination and to be able to think about this stuff without fear. That's what it has done for me. I'm just gonna race through the I have a lot of stuff here. I don't think I can talk about this all. I don't think there's enough time. I'm too tired, but I'll kind of breeze through it. I was going to talk about the arguments I had with Freemasons. Already kind of talked about that. I was just reading a comment by Clint. He has a YouTube channel. It looks like it's not showing up the comments, but we will touch bases with him and bring him on here. Sorry, I had to mute it. I've muted it like 6 times because I had to flatulate. I don't think you guys want to hear that. You'd probably want to puke if I kept that on air. So if I stop talking for a second, I pause it. You know what's going on. I'm passing gas. I'm the one who has to sit here and inhale that. I'm the one that has to sit here and smell what I had for lunch. Oh, dang. I'm going to need a diaper when I do this show. That's the only way I'm going to be able to make it through all these. What's this? From Clint. Freemasons love to argue about how Freemasonry has been taken by Illuminists, aka Vatican and Jacob and House of Stuart, English royal family. Probably. They deny it, laugh aloud. You can go deep with this stuff, and the Masons are probably going to be more prepared than you to argue this stuff. But just keep in mind that everything they say is like lies and call them out on it. Just say, you know what? You are not being intellectually honest. You are part of a secret society. You specialize in things that are secret, which means you specialize in deceit and withholding information. And they also freely admit that they lie to the lower lodges or the lower status or lower ranks. I'm no expert on Masonry, but the higher up people lie to the bottom people, and they don't give them the true meaning of symbology until they reach the higher levels. So if they admit themselves that they lie, why would you trust anything that they have to say? Clint Eastwood says in the chat, who is the god of deception? Laugh aloud, Lucifer, laugh aloud. Exactly. That's who they're super into Lucifer, right? And they'll say, oh, yeah, some of us are into Luciferianism, but very few. They're also into this and that and that. No. Luciferianism is incredibly popular inside the Masonic world. That is a fact. There's plenty of people that were former Masons or are Masons that admitted it. It's in their literature. It's all throughout the New Age movement and the United Nations. And if you look at the big picture and you dig into this stuff, it's undeniable. But you know what? Why should I spend all kinds of time on these people or wasting my time arguing with them? They will not hear anything that you have to say. And it can be quite childish. It can turn into like, you're a doo-doo head. No, you're a doo-doo head. F you. No, F you. You stop talking first. No, you stop talking first. Why are you wasting your time? Why are you wasting your time? Like there's that old meme. Arguing on the internet is like the Special Olympics. Even if you win, you're still special needs. So there's definitely some truth to that. So don't waste your time trying to get through to people that have water in their ears. They do not have ears to hear or eyes to see. Moving on. I wanted to touch, I might save this or come back to it, but I wanted to talk about paranormal activity on movie sets. There's 2 new movies coming out. One's called The Pope's Exorcist. The other one is called Nefarious. Apparently, on the set of this movie, Nefarious, which is about demonic possession, they both are. There has been paranormal activity. Pretty freaky, right? Yeah. And I want to talk about how there's been paranormal activity on other movie sets, like Poltergeist or The Exorcist. This would be great to do a whole show on, because it's not just what you're seeing on the screen. Like that demon from the movie Exorcist, Pazuzu, that's a real actual demon. And I have no doubt that when you watch these movies and they make you afraid and you get those names in your mind, that there is some kind of connection being made with this entity. I mean, it's already got you afraid, so maybe at that point it could feed on your fear. Maybe. Okay, moving on. Oh wait, hold on. Comment from Clint Eastwood. Man, he wins the award for participation this evening. He's still at it. He's still chomping at the bit. I love that. Poltergeist. The girl from Poltergeist possibly died from rape. That's a effed up subject. Fucked up subject. We can say that for. Yeah, that's messed up. Like, there's some weird stuff going on. Some pedophilia shit going on there. And she died. What the hell is going on there? And did you know that the dead bodies in Poltergeist were actual dead bodies when they're floating in the swimming pool? And Steven Spielberg did not tell the actors. He just let them be next to actual cadavers because he was trying to make it realistic. That is messed up. What's this? From Clint Eastwood again. Have you seen the TikTok video of the clown claiming he was at a fucked up Hollywood party where he's seen cannibalism or something? What? What is that, the It Clown? Or Jeffrey Dahmer? It's just some kind of clown? Man, that is some freaky shit. And I have no doubt that it's true. I heard they have certain butcher shops in London, and if you know the password, you can go into the back and you go downstairs, and they have like these cannibalism parties down there. Is it true? I don't know, but it's part of this whole world of Illuminati that's not Illuminati, the fake Illuminati, the Illuminati that came after the real original Illuminati. The Egyptian Illuminati, that would be the good one. And something happened. Let's put it that way. There's this new trend I've noticed. I'm moving on, by the way. Skipping subjects, moving forward. There's this trend I've noticed on. Okay, hold on. Let's backtrack. Clint Eastwood, like a real clown, some Hollywood guy who claimed he was paid to be at some fucked up party. Hollywood has disgusting conspiracies that I don't like to get into. Absolutely, except I do like to get into them, just for the sake of. Let's see. Egyptian Illuminati was the founding fathers. Laugh Aloud. Philadelphia Lodge is the Egyptian Lodge. Maybe. I mean, you probably know more about it than I do. That's going pretty deep into it. But anyways, I'm noticing this new trend. You know, these trans women, these guys that they put on makeup and wigs, and they always keep their beards for some reason, which looks like absolute crap. But and like Dylan Mulvaney, the Bud Light guy, people like that. Well, they've been doing a lot of activism, like especially here in Washington State. Like, there's this video, they're at the Capitol and they're talking like this because they try to talk in those feminine voices, and instead they sound like a cartoon character. They sound like this, and they're just like screaming, yelling. And I'm noticing a lot of violence from these people. Like, I never saw that before, but just I'd say in the past 4 or 5 months, there's all these videos of trans women hitting men on the opposing side and hitting women. Like, they think because society is being forced to perceive them as women and allow them to participate in women's sports, now they feel like they could beat the shit out of actual women. They've been convinced that they, as men, are on the same physical level, even though they're always like 2-3 times as big with completely different body structure. I don't care what their T count is. That's T count isn't everything. But they think they can punch women in the face or push them down or be violent towards them. That's not okay. And then they have this new term called TERF, where they call these women that are against men coming into their bathrooms or coming into their dressing rooms and watching them change and stuff like that, they actually have this hateful sort of word for these women. And many people are saying this is a form of hatred towards women. And I have to agree with that on some level. I mean, there feels like there's a lot of mockery going on. And then when you're talking about outright violence, you even had this one guy, he's making videos on TikTok saying, "Oh, LGBT people, buy guns. It's time to rise up. It's time to get violent. If any woman tries to, or anybody tries to tell me or another trans person that I can't go into the women's bathroom, oh, it's gonna get bad." Like there's actual threats made. Like, is this the level that we're at now? Is there any doubt that this is some devilish shit going on? I mean, you got grown ass men walking into the ladies' room dressed like women and looking at jerking off in front of your 14-year-old daughter, your sister, your niece, or your granddaughter, whatever. Like, how is this right? How has so much inversion taken place within our society that this obvious maniacal, maddening, inverted, flip-flopped morality is accepted? Like, it's now okay for men to hit women. It's okay for it just doesn't make any sense. It's really scary. And I believe I talked about this last week, but now there's a law that says if your kid is in my state, Washington State, if your kid claims to be trans, then they can take your child away, put them in a facility where they will further indoctrinate them or sorry, I had to fluctuate again. Wait, hold on. Oh, how to do it again. It's gonna reek in here. I know, totally gross. I ate a lot today. But anyways, it's just crazy. I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, and you know, this is the same stuff you hear talked about quite a bit by people in the truth movement. You know, Christians are very against this, but it's staggering. Like, if you need proof that we're in end times, what better proof do you need than men dressed up like women beating up on women and forcing themselves into the bathrooms and dressing rooms and stuff like that? Like, and then these people in local media, they're just for it all. Like, to them, these people are victims, right? They're just poor innocent victims of these mean people that are picking on the trannies. They're picking on them and bullying them. We got to stand up for them. We got to say something, right? Hey, you know how I feel about that. Hold on, I got to mute again. I feel like if you want to do that, that's your business, but it should not have anything to do with people's children that are under 18. And you shouldn't be putting yourself into women's bathrooms or competing in women's sports. Like, that's obvious. Why is that even on the agenda? Why is it even an argument? Why can't people have some kind of simple middle ground, sanity, and common sense? And it's getting worse by the day. You know, now the violence has started. Now they're coming out with these laws. That's the only reason I'm talking about it, because it's actually getting worse. What was that? You're wondering where the sports talk is? Fine, let's get to it. I don't have a fancy jingle for the sports section of the show. And I know some people are complaining. They're saying, "Daniel, why are you talking about pro wrestling? Pro wrestling is not a sport." Oh, au contraire. I would argue that pro wrestling is a sport. If going out there and ice skating and jumping in the air and spinning around and putting on a show is a sport, then so is getting up on the ropes when you're doing pro wrestling and spinning around 6 times and landing on another human being. Oh, yes, it's a sport. It's probably the most physical activity that there is. People who have done pro wrestling and MMA, a lot of them will tell you that pro wrestling is actually a lot harder on your body and it's far more dangerous. Because I mean, MMA has rules. You're not hitting people with chairs. You're not jumping from high places. Yeah, you can get your jaw cracked or your skull cracked, stuff like that. Chances are, refs probably going to jump in before that happens. You're probably only going to sustain some type of minor injury. You might have some broken tendons. You might have some sprains. You might have a broken toe. Your septum might need to be fixed, or your retina might need to be reattached. But chances are something like that's going to happen. It'll affect your career, but you'll probably be okay, right? Whereas in cheerleading, you have these girls getting on top of like these pyramids they're making, and they could fall, and then if they fall, they're probably going to die, right? So people are naturally scared of fighting, but it doesn't mean that fighting is the most dangerous thing. People that don't fight back are in the most danger, because if you're just going to let somebody well on you while you beg them to stop, you're thinking you're keeping yourself more safe by not fighting back. But chances are, if you fought back, it'd give more time for other people to jump in. They might feel more courage about jumping in, and you will tire your attacker out, and they won't have as much energy left to mutilate you or kill you or whatever. So always fight back. So I guess Aaron Rodgers is going to the Jets. I think it was the year before last. Yeah, that the Jets only won one game. Yeah, that's pretty embarrassing. And we actually have some good players for the Jets. Jamal Adams and Geno. They were former Jets. I hope that the Jets do well, but is Aaron Rodgers really the guy to get them to the Super Bowl? He didn't look that great last season. He's talking about doing ayahuasca, which I love. He seems to have taken on this whole hippie flippy, down to earth sort of persona. I'm cool with it. I mean, I think that's great. Like, how many football players get up there and talk about ayahuasca? I think that's brave of him. I think it's very unconventional from what your usual high school, college, professional quarterback who's typically like this golden boy type. I think that's a big departure, but I don't think he's like a Tom Brady. I don't think he has enough left to take them to the Super Bowl. That's my opinion. If he surprises us all, that'd be great. I remember last season's there's a couple times that things didn't work out, and he freaking flopped on his face. Like, he literally nosedived. I think he missed a pass or something like that. He just flopped right on the ground. It was some of the funniest shit I've ever seen. The first round of the NFL draft just took place. Exciting, right? I've never watched an NFL draft before. I'm kind of embarrassed to say. I didn't really know what to expect, but it was fun. I mean, it's amazing how popular football is, that many people would be that tuned into a show about the draft. And you see all these people showing up live and all these people watching from bars, and people are here in Seattle, they're at the Space Needle, just gathered together waiting for the news. It shows you how deep that the football culture is in this country. You don't have that in other countries. Like, in a lot of countries, you have soccer or non-American football, whatever you want to call it, or they'll play cricket and stuff like that. Part of it has to do with football needing pads and this and that. Whereas like a game like basketball, you just need a ball and a net. Soccer, you just really need a ball. That's kind of the beauty of it. In hockey, I mean, you don't have ice everywhere. Like, you can't really play a hockey just anywhere. You have to have a rink. You call them rinks, right? Not rings. I don't know. Everything's about Saturn and rings. I don't know. The XFL has entered their playoff season. Cool, I guess. Obviously, the first 2 times they tried to do the XFL, it failed miserably. And then after the second time, when Vince McMahon finally threw in the towel, I guess The Rock purchased the XFL, and they're trying to make it more a part of the NFL or part of the pre-existing culture rather than trying to compete against it, which is a really smart move. I think that if anything's going to give it the chance to succeed, it would be being a place where these people that go through the system and devote their entire lives to football have another place to play and have another outlet. Problem is, you get pretty banged up in football. I don't know if it's quite sustainable like that, but we'll see. I don't know about the rules. If they want to be like a minor league for the NFL, then they need to do the same rules. They also don't have any cheerleaders. It looks dead and empty. It's got a little bit of a boring feel to it. I hate to say. I mean, I've turned on some games and I tend to not watch the whole thing because it just doesn't quite feel right. But we'll see. It remains to be seen. Give it a chance, I guess. Moving on. Tim Sylvia. I don't know if you guys know who that is. People that are into MMA and were into it like 10, 15 years ago, you're going to know who that is. I think his nickname was the Big Cat. Hold on. Had to fluctuate again. I know. I should just do it into the mic. Like Howard Stern used to do when he actually used to have balls before he was woke and evolved, when he would just get up there and fluctuate into the mic when he used to be Fart Man. That's when he was the man, right? Before he sold out and no one's allowed to make fun of him anymore and he's all about this liberal politics. I miss Fart Man. Bring him back. But anyways, Tim Sylvia, he's famous for having that. Well, he's famous for all kinds of things. Shitting his pants, getting knocked out in a flash KO by Ray Mercer, he had a big war with another Wes Sims, another guy that's like close to 7 feet or something like that. Tim Sylvia is very big. I think he's like 6'6", 6'8". Kind of has like a flabbier sort of awkward body. He's not one of these real like buff and shape MMA fighters, but a lot of us remember him. And I guess he's getting into the slap fighting thing. Have you seen that thing where the guys, they grab the handle and they just sit in front of each other, they just fucking slap each other like hard, and their faces start like turning white and getting all bruised up and bleeding and turning flush. Stupidest shit ever. Fucking stupid shit. And then coincidentally, as this whole thing was coming out, Dana White, who is the founder of this stupid slap fighting bullshit, I think he's at a casino with his wife, and they're slapping each other in like this domestic incident. I'm so confused by that. Is that the universe or God having a sense of humor, or were they doing this on purpose to promote this slap fighting? I don't know. It's weird, but I hate it. Please end it. By the way, NHL playoffs are still going on. I'm wearing my Kraken shirt, number 37. I had to go out and get a shirt. Got to support the team. Boys are doing good. They're playing last year's champions. I don't even know who won. I'm going to look that up right now with you guys here with me. I hope the news is good. And it appears that we have a minute left in the game and we're losing. Okay, that sucks. We'll have one more chance to win and pull it off. It's probably not going to be tonight because we only got a minute left. Huge bummer, but I'll move on. In pro wrestling news, CM Punk. I like talking about him. Always a lot of drama going around that name, CM Punk. He was spotted backstage at a WWE Raw episode, and CM Punk's from AEW, so him being backstage at Raw is pretty big news. It's leaning, had to do it again, but it's leaning to this possibility that maybe he will be let go by AEW and he'll show up in WWE. Maybe it's a negotiation tactic. I think that they were talking about something about another show, like they're going to create a whole nother show just to keep him separated from the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega. As you know, they got in a little bit of a brawl backstage. I've talked about it like 2 or 3 times on the show. And henceforth, CM Punk was gone. The elites that they call them, the Young Bucks and Omega, they came back. And we're all waiting to see what happens with CM Punk. I think the dude's a great performer. I didn't even become a fan of his until he came to AEW, but I'm absolutely impressed with anything that he does. The feud with MJF is great. I hope he comes back and they continue that. Things are looking good. I mean, the ratings aren't good like they used to be, but nobody's ratings are as good as they used to be, especially anything that's on normal TV. Everything's just kerplunking down. But that's enough sports. I hope you enjoyed that. Probably most people hate it because they're like, I don't fucking like sports, Daniel. And if I do, it's not the shit that you're talking about, which is fine. That's fair. Feel free to tune me out during this section. But if I'm going to sit here for 3 to 5 hours, I got to have something else to talk about besides ghosts and goblins and secret societies sodomizing each other behind the scenes. I gotta have something normal, everyday, sane to talk about, to remind the world that I am normal, that I'm not mentally insane, that I'm not schizophrenic, I'm not schizoaffective, I'm not bipolar, I don't have any personality disorders. I'm just a normal guy. I'm just a normal guy from Washington State that watches football, and I watch baseball, and I drink beer, and I fluctuate. That's me, baby. Ladies, who wants some of this, right? Guy of your dreams right here. Total gentleman. Bachelor of the year. Okay, enough of that. We have... Okay, I'm going to back a little bit. I noticed that a lot of justification for things nowadays with this weird political stuff. I noticed that a lot of the argument for why this stuff is okay is because we need to prevent people from committing suicides. But I would like to remind everybody out there that suicide is a personal choice. Unless you're being heavily bullied on a daily basis, you can't really blame other people for you wanting to kill yourself. That's an internal battle. I'm not saying that those factors don't contribute, but what I'm saying is you threatening suicide you should not be able to use that as leverage to get what you want. I know that's never worked for me when I was in relationships. If I said something like, you better change your behavior, be nicer to me, or I'm going to kill myself, that'll make them even less likely to talk to you again, believe it or not. It doesn't work in that instance, and it shouldn't work in other instances as well. You want to kill yourself? I can't stop that. I hope you don't. If there's anything I could do to talk to you or make you feel better, I'll do it. But ultimately, I'm not going to let you twist my arm into doing anything because you are threatening suicide. That's your choice. And if you do that, that's on you. It's not on me. All I have to do is offer a helping hand, offer to talk, and I've done my part. If you're going to choose to do that, I'm not saying it's okay or I don't feel bad for you or that it's some callous, insensitive thing. I'm saying that I'm not going to let anybody twist my arm behind my back, especially when they're probably not serious about it anyways. They'll get to that point, they'll say, this seems like it will hurt. I don't want to just become completely depersonalized and have to float around the astral plane seeking living tissue to feed on. I'm not sure how that all works, but generally suicide does feed evil entities. That's why they try to push people to suicide. And if that happens, you'll probably become one of them because you're going to be floating out there as a ghost, and you're going to need some energy to sustain yourself. And that's when you become a ghoul. Don't become a ghoul. Whew, I'm hot. I'm getting breathy. It must be approaching the end of the show. Holy shit, was that a good show today? Holy shit. Was that banging or what? We had 6, 7 highly educated, enlightened minds on this show all at once. People are like, where the fuck was Todd? Where was Todd? I don't know. I know he does things like every other weekend. I think he's trying to get some of his time back. I think he's starting to feel like he devotes too much time to this show. And if you guys have any ideas of how I might manipulate Todd to giving up that every other weekend and come back to this show, I'm all ears. You can write me at daniel@endofdaysradio@gmail.com. That's daniel@endofdaysradio@gmail.com. And speaking of emails, I did receive an email from a listener. This is from Miranda Hernandez. She says, "Dear Daniel, I love Logan. He is a very refreshing personality on your show." Excuse me. "He is not lying about his magic. I can feel it from here." Okay. A little bit of positive feedback about Logan. Somebody who enjoys him. He's got a fan. What can I say? We might have to talk to Logan a little bit more. Hopefully he doesn't try to drag every single one of my guests into a dark room with him to do a ritual, but hopefully he comes on this show and shares his wonderful personality with us. And hey, if it keeps up, maybe I'll even go to one of his ritual parties. Hopefully nothing nasty happens. Hopefully I don't have to become a sodomized Freemason or anything like that. I'm just kidding. But Logan, he's an interesting character, and I enjoy what he has to say, and so does this person writing this letter. What can I say except thank you? Thank you to everybody. Yes, this is indeed the end of the show. I'm starting to lose my freaking mind. I'm starting to slur. I feel my eyelids getting heavy. So let's take a moment to remind everybody to go to endofdaysradio.com where you can donate. Follow me on social media at Ninja Shoes on Twitter, End of Days Radio on Instagram. Get me on TBL Talk or TLB Talk. What is it? TLB Talk. Get me on Getter. I'm still on that. I'm not on Discord, obviously. Have not joined Truth Social yet. I do not have a blue check mark on Twitter. Get End of Days Radio anywhere that they have podcasts. Stitcher, Google Play Store, Apple Podcasts. What's that one that everybody has? Spotify, iHeartRadio, Podbean, or anywhere they have podcasts. I will be there. We are on BitChute. I have not uploaded any new shows in a while. I apologize for that. TuneIn Radio app, End of Days Radio on the TuneIn Radio app, where you can listen to a 24/7 stream of End of Days Radio. You can go to endofdaysradio.com, hit that play button, and listen to the show streaming 24/7. A lot of people will be on that stream sometimes. I'll go in there, it'll be like 40, 50 people. Damn, y'all are listening to me? Thank you. But I'm going to go ahead and draw things to a close. I am tired. I love you guys. You are the wind beneath my wings. You're everything to me. You keep me going. Everybody out there who has ever engaged me because of my actions on social media, because of this show, because of anything I'm putting out there. I will never forget any one of you. You are everything to me. You are the reason I do this show. Period. And I thank you and I love you. I can't wait until next week. It's going to be a blast. I don't have anybody booked yet, but I've got some options and it's going to be good regardless. So I will see you next time. Wow, somebody's still listening. Monkey Tennis Lee. He says, take care, dude. Thank you very much, Monkey Tennis Lee. I will talk to you later. Good night, everybody. Goodbye.